Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is the State Court of Clayton County, courtroom 304. This is the arraignment calendar and the jail calendar for Tuesday, August 19th, 2025. I'm going to call the calendar. Generally, I call the arraignment calendar first. Miss Val, you sent me something about for the Middleton case, Mr. Middleton, for the Mr. Middleton's attorney. I thought he was coming on by video. She may not be on. Miss McKnight, I keep muting you and you keep unmuting. Stop. Okay? Don't touch the screen until I tell you. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call the calendar. When I get to you, you can make your announcement. All right, Quentin Allen Bond. Quentin Allen Bond.
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Bonds is on the Zoom call, and we do have a negotiated plea. I think I need to just make sure that we're on the same page, but that'll be a negotiated plea today.
All right, thank you. Kendrick Rashawn and Mr. Bonds is a negotiated plea for all three cases?
Yes, Judge. It involved, he had gotten his license, so it's going to get a pretty good result for him.
Okay. Good morning. Can you sign the card, the pink one, the small pink one card? Yes. All right, thank you. All right. Next is Kendrick Rashawn Bradley. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Ma'am.
Mr. Bradley?
Yes, ma'am.
You're charged with no license. Changing your license and address on your license after 30 days, no license on person, no tag, expired or invalid tag, and a tinting violation. Sir, did you wish to represent yourself or did you need an attorney to represent you?
Done myself.
All right. And did you wish to speak to the state to see if you all could get that resolved with a plea?
I no longer have the vehicle anymore, and I do have a current license. I reside in Arizona. I've been approved for about 3-4 years.
Okay. Did you wish to talk to the state to see what they're willing to do about these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Your Honor, may the state make its announcement. State's only going to move forward on the no tag if you'd like to plea today.
All right. So if you wish to enter a plea today, the cross counts 1, 2, and 4. They would move forward on the no tag, and on the no tag, that I guess, Mr. Tipton, do you have a recommendation for what that would be?
Yes, Your Honor. It'll be a $100 fine suspended due to the age of the case.
All right. So if you wanted to plead today, it would be a $100 fine. It would be suspended, so you wouldn't have to pay anything. And if you wanted to use a guilty plea, I don't believe that would cause you any point.
Okay, that's what I would do, ma'am.
Okay. Let me go ahead and finish calling the calendar and we'll come right back to you, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Natalian Elizabeth Carr. Natalian Carr.
Your Honor, state's going to request a bench warrant bond forfeiture. Excuse me, just a bench warrant.
All right, last call for Natalian Elizabeth Carr. All right. Bench warrant bond.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. She actually has an active bench warrant. We would just ask that the bench warrant stands.
Okay. Elroy Simon Horn Jr.
President of the courtroom.
All right. Mr. Horn,
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
charged with open container. Did you wish to represent yourself or did you wish to have an attorney represent you?
I can represent myself.
All right. Did you wish to speak with Mr. Tipton about what he's willing to do on your case if you're willing to take a plea today?
Mr. Who?
Tipton, the state's attorney, he should be in the courtroom with you.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Horn, if you'd like to plead an open container today, it's a $200 fine.
$200.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Which,
But what
Mr.
about-
Horn, you wouldn't have to pay that today. I could give you up to 60 days to pay.
Okay, ma'am. And what about the age of the case being since it was 2021?
So an open container, I'm not willing to suspend the fine. The other case was a-
Oh. Well, yeah, I'll accept that.
All right, so if you just have a seat, I'm gonna back up in a minute, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Next is Angelica Lozano. Matthew McNally is the attorney.
Your Honor, that case was reset. Mr. McNally needed to turn in some additional paperwork for his client to get into pretrial diversion.
Okay. Next, Shakia Renee McKnight, Mr. Lynch. Hold on, Mr. McKnight. I know you're here. Just hold on. Let Mr. Lynch talk for you. Mr. Lynch or Ms. Tortorello, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I would need to conference with my client, and I'd obviously need to get an offer from the state and then conference with her so we could possibly have a resolution today.
All right, Ms. McKnight is charged on the one case with simple assault. Ms. McKnight, I'm going to put you in a breakout room in a moment with Ms. Tortorello. Okay, you're new attorney. Don't start to crying, Ms. McKnight. We've been here before. We've been rolling together for how long? About 7 years now. So you know how this goes. Get yourself together before you talk to Ms. Tortorello. Go in the bathroom, wash your face, and get yourself together. All right, Jeannie Lee New. Jeannie Lee New.
Your Honor, I see Miss New on the Zoom call.
Miss New, can you unmute for me and show your video? Miss New? Okay, I sent her the prompts to start video and unmute. Ms. New is charged with criminal trespass, count 1, no tag expired or invalid tag, count 2, stop or yield sign violation, count 3, improper lane change, 4, count 5, license not on person, count 6.
And Your Honor, so the court is aware, and so Miss New is aware. I think I may need to have another prosecutor handle this case. I frequent the restaurant Miss New works at. I want to make sure that there's no potential conflict.
All right, Ms. New, first let's talk about attorneys. Do you have an attorney or do you need an attorney?
I'll need one.
You will need one.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently working, Ms. New?
Yes, ma'am.
But you said you're working at a restaurant?
Yes, correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Lister Holton Dennis, do you have any conflicts for Ms. New or can you take this case?
Oh, we can take this case, Your Honor.
All right, so Ms. New, I'm gonna allow Ms. Tortorello to speak with you. And once she speaks with you, then if Ms. Tortorello is willing to clear the conflict, we can go forward. If not, we'll just go ahead and deal with getting a new prosecutor, okay? If it was incidental contact, I'm not really concerned about that. I go to restaurants all the time, so.
They're
Smith?
all free the week, Your Honor.
Nia J. Smith.
Yes, Your Honor, my client, she's in the Zoom call. I would need to conference with her, but this will most likely be a resolution.
All right. So Ms. Smith, at the appropriate time, we'll get you in a conference with Ms. Tortorello. Ms. Tortorello, did you bring your other device?
Yes, ma'am, I'm logged on.
Okay, good, because that way we can put them in the breakout room with you while Mr. Lynch is doing his pleas and vice versa. Gregory Denard Stevens. Gregory Denard Stevens.
Judge, Mr. in the courtroom today on the state's motion to revoke bond. Currently, me and Mr. Tipton are discussing a potential resolution. If we don't reach one, we'll be ready to go forward on the hearing. But if you could allow us a few moments to conference and see if we can get a resolution that would be.
All right, Bryant Williams.
Brian Williams.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, I'm going to see if his license is valid. Your Honor, that's going to take a moment if the court would like to continue the calendar.
Okay, Mr. Williams, they're gonna verify your license, and if so, they may have a different result for you, okay?
Okay.
All right, just hold on for me. All right, Raymond Williams III. Raymond Williams III.
Your Honor, I don't see Mr. I don't see Mr. Raymond.
Let's call for, yeah, last call for Raymond Williams III.
Your Honor, I'm going to double check his license too as soon as I wrap up with Mr. Bryant Williams' license.
All right, it appears Ms. Carr has appeared.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and last is Brittany Ann Wilson.
Your Honor, my client, she's on the Zoom call. I would need to conference with her.
Yeah, Ms. Wilson has 3 cases.
Yes, ma'am, for all 3. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Wilson, you know the state of your license. I'm gonna need you to stop driving and risking it. Because every time you get caught, you risking it. It's 3 cases. All right, so let's go back to Ms. Carr.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Carr, you currently have a bench warrant pending. You almost had one for today. You are represented by the law firm of Lister Holton Dennis. Wait, are you? Nope, you're not represented by anybody. You have a DUI and a passing an emergency vehicle. Do you need an attorney to represent you?
Yes, ma'am. Because this happened way back. I'm sorry. Oh, yes, ma'am. Because this happened way back in 2021, and I had twins right after that. When I actually, I think it was Judge Charles. I can't remember his name, but and then this came because I knew nothing about it. Because I'm expecting again. I'm sorry if I sound like this because I had morning sickness. I just got done early, and I'm so sorry. But yes.
So, Ms. Carr, I'm going to appoint the law firm of Lister Holton Dennis to assist you with your case. You're
Yes,
going to
ma'am.
speak with them, and then they'll give me any information I need to know. So there's a pending bench warrant for you. Once they give me the information, we may be able to clear that up pretty quickly, okay?
Okay, because that's what I was trying to figure.
Hold on. When you have a case pending, until that case is resolved, you have a responsibility to keep the court clerk aware of where you live so that they can mail things to you. If you move or change your contact information and they don't have a way to verify that, because they have thousands of people that they deal with. So it is your responsibility. If they send out the notices and you don't receive it, but we send it to the last address that we have on file, a bench warrant will issue. So if you can clear that up, the attorney help you as to what we need, then we'll go forward after that. Okay.
It was breaking up a little bit, Judge Hayward. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You said, how do I clear up the bench warrant? That was the main thing.
Speak with your attorney, and then when they come back to make an announcement, we'll talk about it.
Okay.
I'm going to put
where
you.
will they make the announcement at?
Hold on, Ms. Carr. I'm going to put you in a breakout room at the appropriate time. You're going to be able to speak with the attorney who's going to be assigned to your case, and they'll instruct you as to what needs to happen next. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
No problem. I'm going to mute you, but stay on the line.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes.
I would like to address a matter that's not on the calendar, and I spoke to Ms. Terrell about this already. It's about Mr. Bryant Young. It's a closed case, and it's regarding his sentence. His sentencing is incorrect, and I wanted to address that. And I know probation officer with meeting with you in a breakout room as well. I don't know.
I'm fine with whatever the changes need to be made. Did you send them? Did you include Ms. Wright on the email?
Miss Wright? No, I did not. I don't believe I did.
All right, so Ms. Wright, I'm gonna send you an email with some necessary changes on a previous sentence. If you'll go ahead and make those changes when you get a moment, that would be fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you want me to send you an email regarding the changes that need to be made, or?
Didn't you already send it to me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
I looked at it days ago, so.
So can Mr. Bryan and his brother be excused then, Your Honor?
Yeah, so this is the one. It says we're requesting that probation fees be waived. And you want the sentence includes that within 10 days of release to probation, Mr. Young is to go to the Clayton Mental Health Center for alcohol and drug evaluation and treatment. It said this was not the agreed upon recommendation between the state and defense. And when you reviewed the online video, it said that I specifically ordered Mr. Young to have an to have a mental health eval and for him to follow any treatment that might be ordered. So there was no timeline provided. And the only deadline was that he was to provide a HIPAA waiver within 15 days to probation. So Ms. Wright, the changes should be that instead of 10 days for a mental health evaluation with the Clayton Center, he's to get a mental health evaluation and to provide within 15 days a HIPAA waiver to probation. So if you need anything else, I'm gonna highlight the part that needs to be included, and you can also waive probation.
And can my client get a
Fees.
copy of the sentencing today?
I'm sorry.
Can my client get a copy of the sentence, the
Yeah,
requirements?
as Ms. Wright completes it, I'm gonna go ahead and forward this to her and highlight what needs to be highlighted.
Okay, so they're still here, so they're gonna be waiting for that, Your Honor.
Your
Okay.
Honor,
Yes.
excuse me. Good morning, Your Honor. This Officer Chang. Also, the $50 application fee for court-appointed counsel.
Yeah.
The amount of $50, may that be waived as well?
Sure.
Thank you, Officer Chang.
Thank you.
I think we got one in jail. Yeah, they both pick a private attorney, but I think they wanted,
All right, Ms. Wright, I'm just sending to you in writing what needs to be done. So when you have an opportunity, if you could modify that sentence for me, I appreciate it. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And let me know if I wasn't clear at all. All right, so Mr. Young's sentence is going to be modified, no problem.
Thank you,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
So now, do we need to call the jail calendar, or do we need to give you all a chance to speak to these clients on the arraignment calendar for a moment?
Defense, Your Honor, I believe, should make announcements.
Okay.
if we could just, pardon the interruption, Mr. Walker, who's represented by Attorney Middleton, he didn't quite hear what was said. He wanted to know does he need to wait around and find out if his attorney is being contacted?
No, his attorney keeps filing emergency motions, and we're not getting to what we need to get to. Mr. Walker, come up for me, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Walker, I don't want you to say anything, but I want you to listen. The reason we haven't had a motion to revoke, we haven't had a hearing on the motion to revoke your bond is because every time we come up for a hearing, your attorney files some emergency medical motion. I'm getting a little over that at this point. So I'm going to need to see something from your attorney's doctor. I'm going to handle that with him. But this is what's delaying you being adjudicated on the motion for a revocation. But what I want you to understand is the court's fear is you being like me not hearing this is putting people in danger. If they have filed a motion for revocation, that indicates to the state that you have either had another DUI in another jurisdiction since this one that I'm talking about, or something else has happened that gives concern. Sir, if you have an alcohol problem that could put people at risk, I need you to be mindful of that. I cannot adjudicate you on the motion to revoke without your attorney. But please understand that it is uppermost in my mind, and I don't understand why we can't get here. We clear? So what I am going to do is to admonish you to be very careful about what you do. Because I've had people who were out on bond for a DUI come back in because they killed somebody. I had a gentleman who killed a 19-year-old at Christmas time. She was Christmas shopping. He ran into her at 80-something miles an hour. The car computer. He destroyed his leg, but he killed her. So what I want you to understand is this concerns me greatly. And the reason I can't get to a hearing on this matter is because every time I set one, your attorney has some kind of medical issue. I'll take that up with him, but I'm not convinced. And I need you to understand how serious it is. Because the last thing I want to have is my face on the screen of some television news thing because I didn't act when I could have prevented somebody from dying. Not because it would be embarrassing, but because nobody deserves to be threatened that way. We clear? All right. So go have a talk with your attorney. You're free to go at this time.
And Your Honor, the state will be filing a motion for sanctions for Attorney Middleton if he does not show and if he does not show up at the next hearing for the revocation. The state would ask to be heard at that time.
And the court will hear that motion.
I apologize, Your Honor.
I said, and the court will hear that motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lynch, Ms. Tortorello, Mr. Tipton, did y'all have anything before I start setting up breakout rooms?
So I do need to speak to Ms. Brathwaite along with Ms. Hemphill. I've got my device that's separate from the court's device. If I'm in a breakout room, I would really appreciate that. I need to speak to her some more before we come up with before I present the defense with one of their recommendations.
Are you ready for that now?
After the jail calendar will be called, will be fine, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, y'all ready for me to call the jail calendar?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe we are.
All right, first case on the jail calendar is Barnett, but we have put that kind of on that's sort of in an abeyance status until we can, yes.
And I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
So my understanding, Judge, so he has the case where he's represented with Miss Zakia
Watson Cafe.
And I know there was some communication about a release to have him be able to be evaluated for intake into a program.
If we could find one that was inpatient.
Right, and so I believe that one has been found, but I think that, I know that, and I don't want to speak for Miss Zakia Watson Cafe.
I got you, just speak for yourself.
But I believe that there could potentially be a consent bond order to allow him to. That
would be perfect. So what, if you all consented to that, to allow all five of the cases, five of the cases, to be modified such that he could be moved to an inpatient center, then we can go ahead and do that. That's not a problem. Just make sure from your end that Mr. Moore looks it over and so I don't miss anything, because I trust that he's in contact with DD. And so I want to make sure that if they've come up with any new guidelines, that he's gonna tick those boxes.
Okay, Judge, and I'll reach out to Miss Zakia Watson Cafe and the state and see what we can
All
do.
right. So Mr. Barnett can go back down. Nyla Cannon.
Yes, Your Honor, that would likely be a plea. I just need to hear back from the state.
Next is Shamiko Chantre Carter. That's going to be a petition.
Judge, we're ready to go forward with that. We're going to stipulate and ask that the court accept the recommendation from Ms. Chang.
Okay, Noel Romero Vallada Cesar.
Your Honor, he will need a Spanish interpreter. He advised that he is represented by an attorney named Michael Wallace. I'm not sure if he would like to move. He was considering moving on with us yesterday, but he is not sure. So I don't know if Your Honor would like to hear from him to see if he would like our representation today for just this case.
Did he tell you where Mr. Wallace is? Or
No, but he did advise that he has retained him. So
okay, did he? All right, here's the thing. A lot of times people think they've retained an attorney for everything when they've really retained them for like a felony versus state court, because this is and no license. So do you know whether he may have retained him for another type of case?
said he's retained him for all of his cases.
Oh, okay then. Yeah, so we're not gonna be able to move forward with that. We're gonna go ahead and reset and then try and find out where this Michael Wallace attorney is. Montravius Dantes Cobb.
And Your Honor, may the interpreter be excused since Mr. Cesar Noel was the only Spanish-speaking case?
Well, hold on. I want to bring him out and explain that to him. So if we can bring out Cesar Noel, because I didn't realize the interpreter was already here, then I can explain to him that I need him to, I need his attorney here before we can do anything. Montravius Dantes Cobb.
Your Honor, that would be a plea today.
Yeah, bring it.
Jolene Mondale Hayes. Jolene Mondale Hayes.
Judge, that's going to be a negotiated plea today.
Okay. Darrell Hayes.
Your Honor, my understanding is the state will be null crossing the matter.
Yes, Your Honor. The state submitted a null pros to Your Honor by email yesterday.
Okay. Well, if it hasn't been signed, it will be. Mr. Haymore can go back to the jail, and he's excused. He no longer has anything pending in this division of state court. Reginald Antonio Johnson.
Judge,
Reginald. Okay.
I did speak to Mr. Johnson. We are going to be entering not guilty pleas today, and I will follow up with him as needed.
Okay, so Mr. Johnson has 2 cases, not guilty on both.
That's correct, Judge. And then,
all right. Next is Jerry Lindley.
And Your Honor, Mr. Cesar Noel has come to the podium.
All right, so Mr. Cesar Noel. It is my understanding that you have an attorney, sir. I was told that this is your attorney for all your cases.
Yes.
I don't know what else you have pending. But for this case, for my cases, it's a window tint violation. And no license.
Okay, yes.
Mr. Wallace has not provided us his information.
Okay.
So if you could reach out to him or have a family member reach out to him. We're going to reset your cases for 1 week.
Su caso para que
Pero yo, cuando me detuvieron por esa no licencia y ese intemporalizado, mi esposa pagó una fianza de $2,500.
When I was detained for window tint violation and the no license, my wife paid a bond of 2,500.
Okay, so if she paid a bond, but you're still in jail, it means there's something else pending because all I have is the window tint violation and no license.
Solamente está el caso de polarizado, exenio y también de la licencia.
Is it possible that you have another case pending in another court?
Mira, otro caso en otro tribunal.
Your Honor, I have a little bit of information that may be
Señoría, yo tengo
beneficial.
un poco de información.
Okay,
¿Está bien?
It appears that Mr. Noel has a bench warrant. He was picked up on a bench.
Una
warrant.
orden de captura.
for me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Una orden de captura.
Okay, well, I can lift the bench warrant. That's not an issue.
Y retirar la orden de captura. Eso no es un problema.
It should, for this, it should have only been a signature bond.
Solamente le hubieran puesto una fianza bajo palabra.
All right, so Mr. Cesar,
Yes.
it's a tent violation and no license. If there's no indication, Mr. Tipton, that he needs to be held in jail, I can release him today on an unsecured judicial release.
Your Honor, let me just check real quick and make sure he doesn't have any cases that are still holding up besides this.
Voy a checar, asegurar que no tenga otro caso que lo retenga. Yes.
Your Honor, he has a pending
Su
terrorist
señoría,
threat,
él tiene un caso
criminal
pendiente de
trespass,
amenazas
and battery
terroristas, invasión
that
a
he
daños
is
de
in on.
propiedad y agresión física.
Where's that pending, Mr. Tipton?
Está pendiente ese caso, licenciado.
If I may have one moment,
Si
Your
me
Honor.
permite.
Sure. Is Miss Nguyen in the courtroom, Sophia Nguyen?
Yes, she is, Your Honor.
All right, Deputy, can you open the door for her so she can come back in the back for me?
Your Honor, those cases are, it appears are still in
Su
magistrate
señoría,
court.
pero
I don't know, would something be holding him for that?
lo están deteniendo por eso.
I'm not sure if he has a bond in it yet,
No
Your Honor.
estoy
Let me
seguro si le
see
dieron
if he has
fianza en
been
el otro caso.
heard on a prelim
Voy
yet.
a averiguar si ya le dieron su aviso preliminar.
It appears that he was issued a bond
Al parecer,
on the
le
7th.
dieron una fianza el día 7.
And I'm unsure if this
No estoy
was a
seguro
felony
si
terroristic
se
threat or
trataba
a
de
misdemeanor
un
terroristic
cargo
threat.
de amenazas terroristas.
Okay, so what we'll do is, because I can't verify what's going on with those cases, we'll go ahead and reset for a week. Get in touch with Mr. Wallace and let's get him here so he can take care of this case and then give you more information about the other case that's pending. Give me one moment, I'll be right back.
Sí, porque usted tiene un-
Let's see.
Ms. Toles, did he have any questions for the court?
Your Honor.
Yes.
The defendant asks, Could you tell me what this case is?
This case before me is window tint violation and no license. It's a pretty simple case.
Polarizado permitido y manejar su licencia. Es un caso bien sencillo.
Y ya tengo la licencia.
And my license is right now.
Okay, so I don't have a problem with that. The only thing that prevents us from moving forward is you have an attorney who is handling your cases. So I'm not allowed to go with your case. But I was trying to see if we could let you out for the simple case. But it's my understanding that you have something more complicated pending.
Pendiente, más complicado. Your Honor, if you just remain quiet one moment, the defendant was saying something else and she wants to make sure that they said to you.
Mi abogado hace una semana dice que dejó unos papeles firmados que yo le firmé y ha
That-
querido contactar pues para arreglar y no le han
That-
contestado.
My attorney said that he left some documents that I signed and that for a week he's been trying to get in touch with your office, Your Honor, but he has been unable to get in touch.
With his office? With Mr. Wallace's office?
Con la oficina de la juez.
No, con el abogado, no es que no es el abogado. No sé.
One moment, Your Honor. Si el abogado está intentando contactar a la oficina.
Yo creo que sí, él ya había dejado unos documentos, pero no se han revisado.
I think so, that the attorney was trying to contact your office, Your Honor, and that he had left some documents that I had signed, but he was unable to get in contact.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I do have some information about his matter.
You have information about what now?
His matter, why he may be possibly still incarcerated.
Okay.
It shows in the system that he does have a hold.
Okay. All right. So we're going to just reset the case for 1 week.
To speak with the attorney?
He's going to have to call his attorney or have his family member call.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. All right, then. So you can go back with the sheriff's office.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for seeing me.
All right.
So, llamo al abogado.
I'll call the attorney then, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
I'll call the attorney then.
Yeah, Mr. Cesar needs to call his attorney or have his have a family member call.
Okay, thank you. Gracias.
Okay,
You're
thank you.
welcome. We'll try and get you back here as quickly as we can. Thank you, Mr. Ball.
Thank
Okay.
you. May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Have a great day, Your Honor.
You too. All right, Ms. Tortorello, 1 second.
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge Hayward. Mama. I gave this to the other lady yesterday. Yes, sir. Do me one favor. Can you up there on the better? Those are mine. Miss Knight, can you mute your mic, please? Okay, hello. Can y'all hear me? I think they got us on hold.
Ma'am, we can hear you. Just mute your device until the judge returns, okay? Hey, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I'm back. Let's see. We were on Mr. Hayes, Haymore, Lindley. I'm sorry, Johnson is not guilty. He can go back. Lindley, Jerry Lindley.
Yes, Your Honor, he would be it will be a negotiated plea today, Your Honor.
All right. Alice Marie McCauley.
That's no, that's fine. That's Attorney Lynch's case, Your Honor. Let me see if I can locate him.
Oh, Ms. McCauley has two cases.
Yes, Your Honor. My understanding is it's going to be a global plea, negotiated plea.
Okay. Next is Anthony Jamichael Knowlton, he has 2 petitions.
Yes, Your Honor. For both, we're stipulating to the violations and he will be accepting the probation's offer.
All right, Jermaine Leroy Parks petition.
Same announcement, Your Honor. He'll be stipulating to the violation and we will move forward with probation's offer.
Next is Tariano Marquise Ragland, and we have a SSD, so we're going to go ahead and modify that. And Ms. Powell has already sent me the modification, so I'll sign that in a moment. All right, so do we want to do the petitions first, or I'm sorry, we still got another page. Hold on. 2 pages. 3 pages. Here we go. Ragland and Simmons. Jason Omari Simmons.
Yes, Your Honor, that's Attorney Lynch's case, so I'm just announcing to hold on the announcement.
And then there is this related? Angel Jacqueline Simmons?
Not related.
Oh, no, it's Simons and Simmons, I think.
Yes, my understanding is that Miss Angel Simmons' case will be no pros, Your Honor.
That is correct, Your Honor. I've prepared the document in the courtroom. I just haven't had an opportunity to email it to Your Honor yet.
All right, so Angel Jacqueline Simmons can be returned to the sheriff's office. Her case is being no pros. Dalston Insbert Simpson is that's a petition.
Yes, Your Honor, that's being handled by Attorney Lynch, so hold on announcement, Your Honor.
Okay. Derek Smalls is a petition.
Yes, Your Honor. My client will be stipulating to the violation and accepting the offer from probation.
And Willard Kirkland Walker. Oh, that was Mr. Walker who just released.
Yes, Your Honor.
So we'll reset that once I have a discussion with Mr. Middleton. I think this is the last case. Yeah, last case on the jail calendar is Paul Leonard Williams.
Your Honor, I submitted a null pros yesterday for that. The information that the state received indicated that warrants had not been attempted to be, especially the arrest warrant had not attempted to be enforced, ergo the statute of limitations was not told.
All right, thank you. So Mr. Williams, that case is null pros. Simmons, Angel Simmons, that case is null pros. Haymore, that case is null pros. Those individuals can be returned to the sheriff's office. And did you all need to speak with people before we start going through, or did we want to do the pleas? Because we still have people that you need to talk to from the arraignment calendar.
Your Honor, we prefer for the pleas to be done first.
All right. So first case is Cannon.
Oh, Your Honor, I still have to speak with her, Your Honor, so she's not ready.
Carter is the petition.
Yeah, we're ready for that.
All right, so whenever y'all are ready on Carter, I'm ready. All right, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, I do.
All right, you can put your hand down. So, Shamiko Shanteri Carter, you were before this court on 2021 CR 04369. You were before the court on failure to yield the right of way when turning left and reckless driving on the 5th day of August 2024, and you were sentenced to 12 months on probation. The 12 days remaining. This is your third hearing. says that you failed to comply with a drug screen on July 10, 2025, and you failed to provide a urine sample. The urine sample that you provided was too dilute to produce any result. You failed to avoid injurious and vicious habits because you tested positive for cocaine on July 21st of 2025, and you failed to attend your community support meetings, one meeting a week, which was you were directed to do. All right, Mr. Lynch.
Judge, she does want to be heard to some extent, but we are going to stipulate to the violation of probation and ask the court to.
All right, well, let me hear her.
My son faxed her the paper. My thing, I have been going to my class, and he faxed her the paper. I think it was last Monday, so she check her fax. Yes, ma'am. I've been going every week, every Friday, and I go to my class at 10 Wednesdays and Thursdays. And I gave her that paper also. So Ms. Chain, if you could check your fax.
Okay, don't have a fax. You really don't have a fax machine. If we get them, they come on the computer. I don't have that. And they would have come to Miss Val or Miss Powell. So.
Yes, faxed Monday. I don't see.
All right. So what's the recommendation?
Your Honor, probation recommends that 30 days be revoked, credit for time served, suspend the balance, and close the case.
Mr. Here's my concern. So part of this case was reckless driving, and you're continuing to have issues with your substance abuse. You tested positive for cocaine. You turned in a dilute sample, so we couldn't test you for alcohol. But the problem is going to hold on, Ms. Carter. Listen to me. The problem is not what you turn in or what we test, it's what you do to yourself. You can try and fool us, or you can try and give us like, oh, this excuse, that excuse, but really it's about what you're saying to yourself and how you want your life to be. How old are you, ma'am?
I'm going to be 50 in October, but I want to continue to go to my programs because it is helping me. And the lady, my counselor lady, she's from the streets too, so she understands me. So
I got you. So if you have somebody that you can talk to who understands what the issues are, where you're coming from, talk to them. If they're willing to walk you through this process and show you where they've been and where you can get to, keep up with them. Because, ma'am, there are so many things in life that could benefit you and you could enjoy. But you gotta attack this substance abuse issue. And what I really think is, and I think there are so many of us who have the same issue. And I'm not talking like I haven't been there, but every one of us has some kind of trauma. Most people have some kind of trauma that forces you to deal with things in a particular way. And so what I'm saying is, while you have the addiction issue, it really is a secondary thing. The real issue is if you can talk to somebody and kind of pull apart that trauma and deal with that, that will make the dealing with the addiction issue easier. So if you have somebody you're talking to and they understand you and you understand them, stick with that person.
The counselor that you told me to go to last time, she's great. She's at
Okay.
And I've been going to her since you told me to go.
Good.
And she understands she's been a drug addict, and she talks to us and she relates to us. It's nice.
Good. Because it's hard for somebody to tell you that they know how you are or where you've been if they haven't been there.
Right.
It is hard for them to even understand what you're going through if they haven't been there.
Right.
And so I'm glad you're going to the counseling. Continue to do that. You and your attorney have worked something out with Miss Chan. Go ahead and do exactly when you get out and when you finish, because you may have done it, most of it already, I don't know. But when you get out, go ahead and go back to that counselor. Continue to talk to them, okay? All right? Because that's where the healing comes. You know, I don't fuss at people who are going through stuff because everybody's going through stuff. I fuss at people who are not trying to take advantage of some things that are available to them. Okay? All right. All right. So I'm going to accept your the stipulation between the parties. We'll go ahead and revoke 30 days credit since the date of lockup, and we'll suspend the case, and the case will be closed upon completion of 30 days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please take care of yourself, Ms. Carter.
Thank you.
All righty.
Yeah, are we ready on camera? Well, we'll do Hayes next. I'll do this one and do, I don't know how.
Yes, Ms. Tortorella?
I have an announcement from the arraignment calendar, Your Honor, Miss Natalian Carr. It has been brought to my attention that she does have a private attorney. It's Attorney Curtis Hubbard. He filed an entry of appearance in municipal court in Morrow, and that was never transferred over on 2021.
All right, so we will reset Ms. Carr. She will get notice. But no, I'm sorry, Ms. Carr, what I need is your new address, because if we reset you, it's just going to go to the old address. What I need you to do, Ms. Carr, Natalian Carr.
Why are we resetting her, Judge?
Well, she has an attorney, but he didn't get notice because he did his entry in municipal court. And when it got bound over, it didn't come over that he was her attorney. So he didn't get notice, and she moved so long ago that she didn't until at some point. I think she has a pending bench warrant that we're trying to clear up.
Okay, well, let's reset that to September 30th.
Okay, so Ms. Carr, she may be stuck in a breakout room. No, I see her. Ms. Carr, can you hear me? Okay, she's moving around. But yeah, we'll go ahead and reset that.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes. So Ms. Carr, your case is going to be reset to September 30th.
Yes, ma'am.
You have an attorney, Mr. Hubbard, but because he signed up in the municipal court, his name didn't get transferred over to us. So contact Mr. Curtis Hubbard.
Okay.
And the last thing is, are you currently in Georgia? Because we need you to change your address.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, so you need to come to the first floor of the state court clerk's office in Clayton County on Tara Boulevard.
Okay.
Okay, 9151 Tara Boulevard. And when you come in, you go to the first floor clerk and ask them for a change of address form. Fill that out so that we can send notice. And you need to do that as soon as possible so your next notice will go to the correct address.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And once you correct that address, we'll do a bench warrant set aside.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Don't cry.
Okay.
Just get in touch with Mr. Hubbard.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, let's get a bench warrant set aside for Ms. Carr. And Ms. Carr, go ahead and get that done so I can sign that when they prepare it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Okay.
All right. All right. So who's this gentleman?
Judge, this is Jolynn Hayes off the jail calendar.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Hayes, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear, affirm any testimony in this matter will be true.
she asked you, do you solemnly swear any testimony you present to the court will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. So, Mr. Hayes, you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Jolene Mondale Hayes, 2025 CR 07528 for battery, family violence, count 1, battery, count 2, simple battery, family violence, count 3, simple battery, count 4, criminal trespass, count 5, marijuana 1 ounce or less, count 6. Mr. Lynch is representing you from the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. Mr. Owen Lynch, what does your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Judge, it's going to be a guilty plea to count 1, and I believe it would be a guilty plea to count 5, and there would be a null pros of count 6, is my understanding.
Okay, Mr. Hayes, by entering a plea of guilty to counts 1 and 5, counts 2 will merge with count 1, count 6 will be lost. You give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself, or and if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, on July 10th of 2025, officers with the Clayton County Police Department responded to an incident at 3055 Rock Creek Drive in Rex, Georgia, here in Clayton County. There they made contact with the victim in the case, Miss Ariana, that's A-R-R-I-A-U-N-A Belcher, E-L-C-H-R, who stated the defendant before you did cause a visible injury to her body by grabbing and pushing her on or about her body. Those are the facts of the case, Your Honor. Excuse me, and Your Honor, they did live together at the time. And he did maliciously interfere with the possession of her keys. Those are the facts of the case, Your Honor. With regard to count 1, it will be 12 months, served 45 days, credit for time served, balance probated. The only conditions of probation are no contact directly or indirectly whatsoever through third party or otherwise with Ms. Ariana Belcher, a mental health evaluation and any recommended treatment, and do not return to the incident location. Count 5 will be a consecutive 12 months suspended, with the only conditions being no contact directly or indirectly through third persons or otherwise with Ms. Ariana Belcher, and do not return to the incident location. Nothing further from the state.
Yeah. The clerk have the incident location address?
I will read that one more for the clerk, Your Honor.
Okay.
That is 3055 Rock Creek, that's 2 words, Drive in Rex, Georgia, 30273.
All right, Mr. Lynch.
Judge, we are going to ask the court to accept the plea as negotiated. Mr. Hayes does understand that he needs to seek mental health assistance, and I believe that he has a plan to do so. Judge, I would ask the court to consider waiving the probation fees. He has had a job. He's currently lost his employment. So if the court would consider that, but if not, Mr. Hayes, I believe, can step up to the plate.
How old are you, Mr. Hayes?
23.
And who is Miss Ariana Belcher?
My ex-girlfriend.
Okay. So you understand that you're not to have any contact with her, not even from people contacting her for you. Because if you were to have contact with her, you could be rearrested. You have 12 months consecutive. So for you are risking 24 months in jail of your sentence. 24 months less whatever time has already elapsed. and you risk getting charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so do not have any contact with Ms. Belcher. If she calls you, keep a record of it, but do not respond in any way. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to accept your plea of guilty to count 1 and to count 5. Counts 2, 3, and 4 will merge. Count 6 will be no cost. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 45 days, credit for time served. Balance will be probated for you to have no contact with Ariana Belcher. You're not to go back to 3055 Rock Creek Road, Rex, Georgia, Clayton County. You're to have a mental health evaluation and take any treatment that is ordered. You'll have 12 months consecutive to count 1 on count 5. That will be suspended as long as you have no contact with Ariana. Do not go back to 305 Creek in Rex, Georgia, Clayton County. Do you understand all of these things, Mr. Hayes?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You can go back with the sheriff's office. Take care of yourself, sir.
You do Macaulay next. Macaulay, you go with that? Right here, stand right next to you. Here we go. Well, especially on traffic, factor literally on the leavings. About 30 days. Sure. Yeah, so you're gonna be, should have no suspension, we're just going home, no fine. But
I got you.
you got it. You'll be back. You know.
Thank you.
All right. This is, you said McClellan?
This is Alice Macaulay.
I'm sorry.
2 matters, Judge.
All right. So Ms. Macaulay, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right. So Ms. Macaulay, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2025 CR 07448 for no insurance, count 1, no tag, count 2, and a seatbelt violation, count 3.
Yes, ma'am.
1 second. And you have a second case where case 2025 CR 07449, driving on a suspended or revoked one license, count 2, knowingly driving. I don't know what the rest of that is because it cuts off. Mr. Tipton, can you help me?
Oh, actually,
Count 3, we'll get that in a second. No tag or decal, count 4, and distracted driving, count 5. Mr. Lynch, what is your client plead to the offenses before the court on both cases?
Judge, on the first case that you mentioned, ended in 07448, she's going to enter a no contest plea to count 1, driving with no insurance. The remainder of the charges will be null pros pursuant to the agreement, and we will stipulate that there's a factual basis for the case ending in 07449. Again, we will stipulate there's a factual basis. She is entering a no contest plea to count 1, driving on a suspended or revoked license. The remaining charges will be null pros pursuant to the agreement.
All right, ma'am, on the case ending in 07448, you're entering a plea of no to count 1, counts 2 and 3 will be null pros. On the case ending in 07449, you're entering a plea of no to count 1, counts 2, 3, 4, and 5 will be null pros. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself, and if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest would negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis. I'm sorry, you stipulated to the facts. Recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. With regards to case ending in 7448, that will be a suspended fine of $200. That's suspended because Ms. McCulley spent 28 days in the Clayton County Jail. For the case ending in 7449, that will be a $500 fine suspended. Once again, that's suspended for 28 days that she spent in jail, credit for time served.
Okay.
And that was
Is that for both of them?
Yes, Your Honor. They're both going to be suspended fines due to the amount of time that she served. She's been in custody since the more recent case, which is July 21st of 2025. With regard to the fines, that's a suspended fine of $200 for the no insurance and a suspended fine of $500 for the driving while license suspended.
All right, that works. All right, so Ms. Times can be hard, especially having to pay for stuff for your car and to get around and to try and keep a job and all of those things. I get it. But you risk a lot more if you try to do it. I mean, if you don't have a decal, ma'am, somebody gonna roll up on you. That starts, because the decal that is color coded. If you don't have the right color, that's the first thing they're gonna run. You got me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is don't risk those things, because you look like, let me just guess, you have kids.
Yes, 4.
Okay, you can't risk being away from your kids for this amount of time ever again. Do you understand?
You're absolutely right. Yes, ma'am.
I got you. So if you got to take the bus, take Uber, ask for a ride, it is worth it to not have to do this and spend 28 days in jail. Because had they adjudicated all of these cases, like all of these little charges, and put a fine on each of them, that's a lot of money, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to accept your plea on the case ending 448. I'll accept your plea of no to count 1 in the case ending in 07449. Both of the cases are going to be adjudicated with the no plea. You'll get credit for 28 days time served. On the case on 07448, it's a $200 fine, which will be suspended for the credit for time served. And on the case 07449, it'll be a $500 fine, which will be suspended for credit for time served. So you should be able to get out as soon as possible, okay?
All right. Thank you so much.
All right, don't risk it, Ms. McCauley. Go get back to your babies.
I will. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, who's next?
You want to go ahead and do your
I need to pull up the email and see what we agreed to.
Okay, do you have one that's left? Okay, who can you do? All right. Y'all bring out pen and then. Cannon. Yeah, that's what I'm mentioning about Charlie. I know that's something you're not saying he wants to accept the state's offer, and that's no doubt. Stop. Now, the actual agreement that happened in Charles.
Your Honor, this is Ms. Nyla Cannon before you.
All right, Ms. Cannon, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Ms. Cannon, how old are you?
28.
Okay, so you're before the court on 2025 CR 07406. You're represented by Attorney Tortorello, who's with you. Ms. Tortorello, what is your client, Ms. Nyla Cannon, plead to the offense of theft by shoplifting?
That would be a guilty plea, Your Honor.
All right. By entering a plea of guilty, ma'am, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On April 29th of 2025, officers with the Riverdale Police Department responded to the Walmart located at 7050 Highway 85 in Riverdale with regards to a shoplifting case. The defendant before you, Ms. Cannon, did enter Walmart and consume several beverages and candy and per person, including clothing items, and then pass all points of sale without paying for said items. This is a second in life theft by shoplifting, Your Honor. State's recommendation is 12 months to serve 26 days, credit for term served, balance probated upon do not return to any Walmart in Clayton County, and a $500 fine. Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
You said balance probated and a $500 fine?
Yes, Your Honor. That's to give her time for to pay the fine. It's one of those fines that unfortunately cannot be suspended. And
I got you.
I got
So, but Ms. Tortorello, honestly, does she have the means and ability to pay the fine?
I have discussed that with my client, Your Honor, and she says that she has a way to make the payment.
All right. So I'm gonna waive supervision fees for Ms. Cannon. Ms. Cannon, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 25 days credit for time served. Balance will be paid for you to pay a fine in the amount of $500. You have paid the $500 fine and the fees, which will make it $737.50. Then you can be off probation. You also have the option of doing 50 hours of community service. If you do 50 hours of community service, that will serve in lieu of the fine. Okay, so I'll allow you to do that if you wish.
Okay, so am I waiving the 12 months for the fine? How does
No, you're not. You'll have 12 months to do the 50 hours of community service or pay the fines and fees.
Okay, so I'm not going to be incarcerated. I'll be doing.
You'll be out on probation.
Okay, all right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right. And so if you need any help before you leave the jail, try speaking with one of the the chaplains, and they may have some information about assistance if you need with housing, clothing, any of those things, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, take care, Ms. Cannon.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so who's next?
I could get. Can you bring out Montrevious Cobb, please? Montrevious Cobb. Okay, yeah, that's his client. I need Mr. Cobb, please.
Ms. Powell, I sent it.
Thank you, Judge.
Excuse me, Judge Hayward.
Yes.
I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be rude, but it's a lot going on. But I'm gonna stay on here until you get to me.
Miss
I know.
McKnight, Miss McKnight.
Ms. McKnight, you know how
Miss,
it goes. You've been here
yourself.
before, so you're gonna wait until I can come get to you,
Yes,
okay?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, just mute your device. Thank you.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Miss McKnight, you have the right to remain silent, okay? Just remember that. Your Honor, this is Mr. Montrevious Cobb before you.
All right, Mr. Cobb, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you're before the court, Mr. Cobb, on State of Georgia versus Montrevious Dantes Cobb, 2025 CR 07764. You're represented by Attorney Cordarella, who's with you at the podium. Mr. Cordarella, your client is charged with battery, count 1, and simple battery, count 2. What does he plead to those offenses?
For the count 1, Your Honor, battery, he will be making a plea of First Offender Act, and then should merge with count 1.
All right. So guilty under first offender and count 2 will merge. By entering this plea, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Mr. Cobb?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Miss Martin is having trouble hearing people. So if you all would, if you're in the courtroom, if you can get to the microphone, if that's possible. If not, if you're right in front of the computer, just make sure that you speak up when it's your turn. But Mr. Tipton, I think when you're reading the factual basis, she needs to make sure that she can hear you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you cut out. Did you ask for the factual basis?
No, I'm sorry. It's my turn now. Mr. Cobb, by entering a plea of guilty under the first offender, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. If you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On August 4th of 2025, officers with the Clayton County Police Department responded to the Riverdale Behavioral Health Center at 223 Medical Center Drive in Riverdale, Georgia, here in Clayton County. There it was determined that the defendant before you, Mr. Montravius Cobb, did cause visible bodily harm to the person of Russell, Russell, Lambden, Lamb, as in boy, D as in dog, N as in Nancy, by striking him multiple times, causing abrasions to his back and arms. The state's recommendation, Your Honor, is 12 months to serve 16 days, credit for time served, balance probated, anger management, 40 hours of community service, a suspended fine of $300, and no contact with the named victim, as well as a do not return to Riverwood. Those are the facts of the case, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Tortorello.
Yes, Your Honor. We have a couple of requests. The first one is once my client is done with all the requirements for his probation under the First Offender Act, that he go non-reporting and that you please accept the plea as negotiated.
Okay. So stability. Are we stable? Are we going to be able to go to once we leave the jail, we're going to what kind of facility? Do we know?
Your Honor, I'm not aware of the facility. My client,
Meaning, is he gonna be in a group home? Is he going home? What's gonna happen?
Yes, Your Honor, I will be going home.
Okay. All right. See, I gotta kind of to make sure that I'm not penalizing him unnecessarily when it comes to the requirements of probation. I like to know whether there's going to be some stability, sure that what he needs to get and get to an anger management class or take one online. So I just need to know what he's facing once he gets out. Mr. Cobb, I'm going to accept your plea under the first offender statute. Successful completion of the requirements of probation will give you a big start, because that means that it'll set you back to neutral on your record. Okay, so please let's make sure we get that done. 12 months to serve 16 days, credit for time served, balance will be probated for you to take an anger management class and do 40 hours of community service. Your a $300 fine is going to be suspended, and you're not to go back to Riverdale Behavioral Health Center or have contact with Russell Lambden. Okay. And count two will merge. Okay, Mr. Cobb?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, take care of yourself, all right?
Mr. Lindley, Jerry, Mr. Lindley.
I have one of those on 13 days.
Because it's been suspended. So, I mean, I can look it up. He said reduced to just.
All right, who's next?
Sorry.
I get parked in there. I dropped the car. Oh, okay. How'd it come out? I'm still in there. You good? I'm still in there.
Mr. Alexander, we can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Your
All
Honor,
right.
this is Mr. Jerry Lindley. He was on the August 11th jury trial calendar, now before you.
All right, Mr. Lindley, 2025 CR 03766. You're Jerry Lindley, represented by Ms. Tortorello. You're before the court for theft by taking. Ms. Tortorello, what is your client plead to the offense before the court?
Your Honor, my understanding is this will be theft by taking reduced to disorderly conduct, and my client will be pleading no low.
All right, you have to speak up for me.
My understanding, Your Honor, is that count will be reduced to disorderly conduct, and he will be pleading no low to that.
Okay, Mr. Lindley, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court, and you're entering a plea to the amended charge of disorderly conduct. Is state disorderly? Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, you cut off.
I'm sorry. Do you understand all of these things, Mr. Lindley?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On April 5th of 2025, officers with the Clayton County Police Department responded to 276 Upper Riverdale Road Southeast, where they observed two individuals in a physical altercation that resulted from a dispute over $15 worth of food. The state's recommendation, Your Honor, is 12 months to serve 13 days, balance suspended upon do not return to the incident location. That incident location being the sit-go located at 200 Upper Riverdale Road, which is where the incident began.
All right. Anything, Ms. Tortorello?
Yes, Your Honor, just a couple of things. The first is that my client wants to make the court aware that he does have two counts of violation of probation in Superior Court. I myself have reached out to the public defender's office about a week and a half ago. My client has not been visited by the public defender's office. He's been incarcerated for about 7 months, Your Honor. So we are pleading before the court to see if maybe Your Honor could reach out to the judge in Superior Court and see if he can be placed on a calendar to be heard on his violation of probation.
Okay. Does he have an attorney in state court? I mean, in Superior Court?
He's being represented by the public defender's office.
Do we have a name?
No, Your Honor. I reached out and I gave him his information and advised him that he's been incarcerated for over 6 months.
Okay.
For that. And because that's what's holding him, not this case. And also, Your Honor, that you accept the plea as negotiated.
I'll accept the plea as negotiated, Mr. Lindley. I'll reach out and see if I can find out where he's supposed to be next. But Mr. Lindley, I'm going to accept your plea of nolo to the amended plea of state disorderly conduct. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 13 days, credit for time served. Balance will be suspended as long as you do not go back to the sit-go at 200 Upper Riverdale Road, Riverdale, Georgia, Clayton County, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm gonna check on you and getting you in front of a Superior Court judge as soon as we can. Yes, sir?
Excuse me, Your Honor, but look, I
Yes.
just seen these folks, was the sex offender. I just seen them March the 4th when I got to prison. That was-
Okay, so March the 4th, you said you saw somebody?
Yes, ma'am, upstairs, it's on the 2nd floor.
Okay.
Seen
I'm
them.
just
I
gonna
just
make
seen
sure, okay, I'm just gonna make sure that they know that this case is over so they can go ahead and deal with the other one, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, so the court is aware it's in Judge room.
Judge who?
Mack, Judge Robert L. Mack.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. Mr. Lindley, you can go back and we'll go ahead and get that information out so we can get you headed upstairs, okay?
Yeah, ma'am.
All right, take care, sir. Who's next?
When I go to court. But this him, it means, right?
I need, Anthony Knowlton, please.
Your Honor, may the courtroom and the court be placed in a breakout room briefly. We need to discuss someone who just entered a plea.
Okay. 1 second.
Are we getting it on here or on my device?
On here.
Okay, well, he needs to.
All right, breakout room number 1 for the courtroom, and then I'll join.
Sorry, he needs to go back for just a quick second. Sorry, we had a little situation.
Sorry, I'll be right back.
All right, so when the courtroom goes into the breakout room, I'll join. Hello. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first thing is I need to reset Miss Wright. I need to the sentence for Miss Cannon, Nyla Cannon, is going to be 12 months to serve 26 days credit for time served. Balance is going to be suspended, and she'll have 90 days to pay the fines and fees or do 50 hours of community service. All right.
Judge, if you could repeat that for me, please.
No problem. So Miss Cannon, her sentence is going to be changed to 12 months, 26 days credit for time served. Balance will be suspended, and she'll have 90 days to pay the fine of $500 or to do 50 hours of community service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Judge, if she's
Yes.
doing community service, who is monitoring that?
Good point. I just don't want to put her on probation because she's not stable. So we'll do the $500. Just get rid of the 50 hours community service.
Is she still not is she still to stay away from?
Yeah, any Walmart in Clayton County.
Okay.
All right. And Ms. Powell, if you'll make a note, if that's when that comes up on our SSD. All right, next.
Mr. Knowlton, Anthony Knowlton, please. Okay, here. Your Honor, here, Mr. Anthony Knowlton's before you.
Mr. Knowlton, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Knowlton, you can put your hand down. Mr. Knowlton, you're before the court. You have two cases before the court. You're before the court on the first case, 2025 CR 00252 for a revocation petition, and you're on case 2025 CR 00273 for a revocation of probation petition. So, Mr. Knowlton, on the petition, you're before the court. You were before the court for criminal trespass and disorderly conduct on the 14th day of January 2025. You were sentenced to 6 months on probation. You have 12 months on probation. You have 6 months and 5 days remaining. The sentence was told because you failed to report on February 19th, February 25, March 5th, March 6th, April 3rd, April 29th, May 5th, May 12th, May 19th, and within 10 days of June 9th, 2025. You last reported on May 14th by phone. You failed to document proof of completing 40 hours of community service. You've documented no hours, and you failed to pay your $600 in arrears. Ms. Tortorella?
Yes, Your Honor, we're stipulating to the violations alleged, and we're accepting the recommendation of probation, Your Honor.
All right, what's the recommendation?
Your Honor, probation recommends that 30 days be revoked, credit for time served. Thereafter, suspend the balance and close the case.
All right, so what were you doing, Mr. Knowlton, that you couldn't do my probation?
I'm gonna keep it real. I was at I stay in Fulton County, so it was hard for me to like come all the way down and I don't have transportation. Like my folks ain't have a car.
How old are you?
18. 19 now. My birthday was yesterday.
Mr. Norton, what you plan on doing with your life?
Now, I had a job at UPS. You pull it up and everything. I had a job at UPS.
Well, I'm glad of your job at UPS, but you owed me probation.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Norton, let me tell you something. Life don't owe you nothing. It is what you make of it. It is the choices you make. Your life is all about your choices. Nobody got you here. Nobody put you in an orange jumpsuit. You didn't catch a case. You went out and did something dumb. Because I'm looking at these charges, criminal trespass and disorderly conduct. That means you were doing something that if you had taken 5 minutes to think clearly, you wouldn't do it. But you were set 18 at the time, probably 17 at the time that the charges came. So you were being goofy. But what I'm saying to you, sir, is you're a grown up now. Yesterday you became a grown up. You're a grown man. And your parents don't have to drive you around. They don't have to pay for anything. If you came home from jail and they said to you, okay, we done packed all your stuff. It's on the back porch. See ya. Nobody would say anything. That is well within their rights because you grown. So you're going to have to start thinking like a grown up. You're going to have to keep a job. You're going to have to figure out what you're going to do about your education. You're going to have to think about what's going to happen to you within the next year, the next 3 years, the next 5 years. You're going to need to grow up. You understand? If you could get down here to Clayton County to commit crimes, you could have got your butt on the MARTA bus and come down here to go to probation. MARTA comes right to the jail. It comes right to the building. We clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're doing this 30 days out of stupidity and laziness. This is not for the crime you committed. This is because you weren't being responsible. We're clear?
Yes,
You got babies?
I got a baby on the way. You're gonna be due January.
Let me tell you something. You are too young and too irresponsible to be a father. And I'm just going to be honest with you. Just because you can make a baby doesn't mean you should. From now on, understand me when I say condoms are cheaper than child support or child care. You need to use them because you don't have a job. You in jail. That baby's going to be living with the mama and the grandparents, and they're going to be taking care of the baby. No, sir, because you don't have a job. You 18. You was working at UPS. You got a criminal charge, so you may not be able to get back to UPS. But what I know is right now today, you don't have a job. You don't have insurance. So all you have is the ability to make a baby. You don't even have right now the ability to raise a baby. You just made an extra person for her parents to take care of. I want you to think about that. We have enough baby daddies in the world. What we need are fathers. What we need are the people who show up and put the baby on their shoulder when the baby's crying and the mama's tired. What we need are the people who know what her school situation is, can talk to her teachers, her after school activities. We need fathers. So just because you can make a baby doesn't mean you should. So now that we are clear that your penis works, let's make sure from now on that until you're a responsible adult with a job, insurance, some place to stay that you're paying for, we don't make no more babies. We clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Because right now this baby gonna come out and I might as well name it because I'm gonna have some money on it. My money goes to Peach Care, it's gonna be the health care, my money to SNAP benefits. So when I say to you, until you can be a father, just making a baby ain't enough. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, did you finish high school?
No.
Okay. You didn't even have a high school diploma to fall back on to say you about to raise a child. You need to get your GED.
I've been at Promise Center on Metropolitan.
You been who?
At Promise Center on Metropolitan. I was starting in August.
Okay, and you need to finish. You need to finish because you know how much it costs to raise babies? You about to find out. And you about to find out. Don't be that person where she can't never depend on you. Don't be that person. Don't be that person where all you do is drop off a box of diapers and think you did something. Don't be that person. For a child to live comfortably in a situation, it used to be $500 a month at minimum. And that's so your child can have a roof over their head, so that they can get to a doctor when they need to, so that they can be warm and comfortable in the elements. $2,500. If you ain't even got at least half on that, then you're not a father. You're just a baby daddy. I can sling a rock from my window and hit 10 baby daddies, but how many fathers would I hit? Think about that, sir. I'm not impressed that you found out that your anatomy works and you created a baby. I would be impressed if you were able to help raise that child financially, emotionally, in every way that a child needs a father. You need to be that. Okay, so for the next 30 days, you need to start thinking about how you're going to change your life so that you can be a father, not just a baby daddy. Don't go beating your chest because baby. It's not easy to. All right. Going to give you 30 days. After the service of 30 days, this case will be suspended and closed. But please, number one, don't do nothing else stupid that gets you in an orange or a red jumpsuit. Number two, go back and get your GED and get your job. And number three, be a dad, a father, not a baby daddy. We clear?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can go back to the sheriff's office.
So they gonna move. Sir. Sir.
You've been here 9 days. So no. Yeah.
I explained.
All right, next.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Somebody please bring out Jermaine Parks. Yes. No, Simpson is Attorney Lynch's client. I need Mr. Parks. Please.
Mr. Parks, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. So, Mr. Parks, it's my understanding that you served our country.
I did.
All right, thank you for your service, sir. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Jermaine Leroy Parks, 1 CR 0902. You were before this court for driving under the influence and following too close on the 10th day of March 2025, sentenced to 24 months on probation. You have 6 months and 18 days remaining on count one, followed by 12 months on count five. It says that you failed to avoid injurious and vicious habits, testing positive for marijuana and the metabolites of marijuana on July 24th of 2025, and for alcohol and the metabolites of alcohol on that same day. You have documented proof of completing a clinical evaluation by the evaluator from the Department of Human Resources. You have documented completing the VA's Substance Abuse Intensive Outpatient Treatment Program on April 30th of 2024. And my understanding is you went back for an additional 12 sessions in 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So what's the recommendation?
Your Honor, probation recommends that 5 days be revoked, credit for time served, return to probation under the same conditions, drug test each report, and attend 1 community support meeting per week.
All right, Ms. Tortorello.
Yes, Your Honor, if I could address some of the conditions. We would like to know if probation can accept his VAMC substance abuse evaluation as to fulfill the clinical evaluation requirement.
Yeah, I can accept that.
Okay. And also for failure to pay, if his probation fees can at least be waived, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Parks working?
No, ma'am, I'm a disabled veteran.
You're what? I'm sorry, speak up for me.
I'm a disabled veteran on a fixed income.
Okay, all right. Sure, I can waive that.
Thank you, Your Honor. And that's it, that will only stipulate to the violation and accept the offer from probation.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Parks, you're gonna have some time with me. You still got a few months left on this sentence, and on the consecutive sentence, you got a full 12 months. I understand that when you're struggling with an addiction, that you're gonna have some lapses. We're kind of set up to deal with that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do the 5 days revocation. You're going to test at each report. So each time you come in, you're going to be held accountable, okay? And you're going to do 1 community support meeting. That can be NA, that can be anything held through the VA that has the goal of helping you to deal with an addiction, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, as long as you document it, go ahead and make sure that when you attend, you document, you get the attendance documented. Mr. Parks, a lot of people have trauma, and generally when we have veterans, we find that a lot more veterans have trauma because of the things that you all have seen and experienced through your service to our country. And so I owe you some patience. I owe you as much help as I can give you. Please take advantage of anything that the VA has to offer to get you back on track. You have a lot more life left to live, and substance abuse should not take that from you.
Yes, ma'am. Understood.
Okay. All right. So I just encourage you to continue with the path. You were smart enough to go back and get some more sessions in once you realized that you needed some help, you needed a backup. So please continue with your treatment program. Continue to be mindful that it is an everyday situation and it is nothing to be ashamed of, because just like people with hypertension, with diabetes, if you stop treatment, you will die.
Understood.
With alcoholism and other addictions, if you stop treatment, then you will suffer. And so you just make sure you just continue the addiction cessation treatments, okay? Yes, sir.
I also wanted to mention, while I was incarcerated, I also did complete 2 certificate programs with a 12-step program, as well as an anger management as well, just to appease the court.
Okay, well, but you do it also. I appreciate it, but do it for yourself,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
that's more tools in your belt in your tool belt for you to be able to overcome.
Understood. Yes, ma'am.
Because you setting yourself up to be an addiction killer. Let's go ahead and get there, Mr. Parks.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's get there. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna recommend that 5 days be revoked. You'll return to probation under all of the conditions. We will accept your VA for the substance abuse evaluation. So that condition has been met. And then you'll continue to go to your community support meetings, 1 meeting per week, and document that. Okay. All right, so you can go back with the sheriff's office and just make sure that you, Ms. Chang, did you need to give him a report date?
Yes, Your Honor. This Thursday, August 21st at 2:45.
Did you get that, sir?
I guess I will.
We'll go ahead and write it down for you, Ms. Tortorello. Can you give him a little yellow sticky or something? Go ahead and repeat that, Ms. Chang.
Yes, Your Honor. Appointment for this Thursday, August 21st at 2:45.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Your Honor, did you want to speak to Ragland from the suspended sentence division, or can Ragland go back?
No, he can go back. I'll sign it, or I have signed it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can somebody get Derek Smalls? Yes, Derek Smalls, please. Judge, he has an SSD. Is Mr. Derek Smalls before you?
One second, Mr. Smalls. Let me finish typing this. I don't want to lose it. I'll have to start over. Raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Smalls, you're before the court for a probation revocation. You were before this court on case 08045 for DUI alcohol less safe on the 10th day of March 2025. You were sentenced to 12 months on probation. You have 6 months and 14 days remaining, and this is your second hearing, and you failed to avoid injurious and vicious habits. You've tested again for alcohol and the metabolites of alcohol on July 17th, 2025. All right, Ms. Tortorello?
Yes, Your Honor, we stipulate to the violation and we're accepting the recommendation of probation.
All right, Mr. Smalls, what's going on, sir?
I just made
Are
a
you in a program? Are you going to like an AA or NA or some kind of program, 12 step or one of those?
Yes, I was doing the AA once a week. I made a stupid decision. I had got a promotion at work, and it was also my brother's birthday, and I had a drink, and obviously it was just something very stupid to do.
Well, sir, you've been before me on a previous hearing. You know who I am. You know that it is likely you're going to come back before me if you're drinking. Why would you make the decision that's going to end you up in jail? If you got a promotion at work, wouldn't you want to continue to work?
Yes.
So this is what I say to people. A lot of people think, well, I don't have a problem with alcohol because, I'm doing fine. I'm not falling down drunk. I'll go to work every day. I get promotions, things like that. But what they don't understand is if you get a promotion at your something that you're proud of, if you would risk coming back to jail because you took a drink and you still did it, to me, that means the alcohol is more important than the job and the freedom. Because if somebody told me, hey, don't do this for 12 months, get yourself together and you'll stay out of jail, then I would do my level best to stay out of jail and to not risk my job. But you risk the job that you say you just got a promotion and you're back in an orange jumpsuit the second time since you got this case adjudicated. To me, that doesn't make any sense unless we acknowledge that you are an alcoholic.
And I am, and I do have a problem, and I would like to.
And so what I say to you is, when you feel like you got to take a drink, call your sponsor. When you feel like you got to take a drink, try and find one online. Okay. But don't risk continuing to come back here. I hear, now I don't know for sure, but I hear that the jail is not a pleasant place to be.
It's definitely not a pleasant place to be.
So if that is the case, sir, you definitely, these young guns in that jail, because the jail, we have tried to bring the state court cases out of there, the misdemeanors. You're dealing with felons in there and potential felons. So that's a different mindset. You got a job that's giving promotions. That's a different mindset. You don't want to continue to come back here in an orange jumpsuit, sir. You would be better off walking into a meeting and saying, hey, I was tempted to drink, or I just took a drink. Can somebody talk to me? Okay? Because you risk too much over a drink. Seems trivial, but if it's something that, and here's the other thing I say, a lot of times the alcohol and the addiction to alcohol is a cover for something else that we're not dealing with. And so when we don't deal with the underlying thing, we cover it up with the alcohol or whatever other addiction you have, because everybody doesn't have the same thing. So some people have other things. But what I'm saying to you is, if you talk to somebody and you start dealing with whatever's underneath, sometimes that makes it easier to deal with the addiction. Okay, so I'm going to accept the recommendation. Y'all have stipulated. What's the recommendation?
Your Honor, probation recommends that 5 days be revoked, return to probation.
Credit for time served, correct, Officer Chang?
Yeah. So check out what I've said, Mr. Parks. No, I'm sorry. You're not Mr. Parks, Mr. Smalls. I do have your paperwork up, Mr. Smalls, but I'm doing so many things. 5 days revoked. Credits and stuff. You want to give him a date, or date and time to return?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Smalls, if you'll report this Thursday, August 21st at 8:30 a.m.
Okay.
So you're going to test at each report. You're going to give us a record of you attending your community support meeting each week, okay?
Yes.
You have kids, Mr. Smalls?
No, ma'am.
All right. You got a family that loves you?
Yes.
All right. So that family that loves you is rooting for you and wants the best for you. But you got to want the best for yourself, okay? All right. Take care, sir. Vote that served, and then just make sure that when you go to your meeting every week, and provide proof to Ms. Chang that you have attended your meeting, and you're going to test at each report. So you're going to be accountable to probation and to the court for at each report. So just remember that if you are tempted, that it is better to call somebody and go to a meeting than it is to come back before Judge Hayward for a third hearing. All right?
Yes.
Take it easy, sir.
Thank you.
Pardon me, Your Honor.
Yes.
While we wrap up with probation, I've got ASG Bangin here. I was wondering if I could go ahead and have a breakout room with Miss Hemphill and Miss Brathwaite. I'm trying to go ahead and speak with them so I can continue my negotiations with Mr.
All right. So I'll get you. So I got ASG Tipton. I'm gonna put you in breakout room number 2. Breakout room number 2. Braithwaite, Brittany Braithwaite, breakout room number 2, and you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Your Honor,
Huh?
I was gonna inquire, well, never mind, I see the AFC for a moment, so I'll be right back with you. I'm sorry, I didn't even see you right now, I'm sorry. If Judge, Mr. Horn, who's pro se, has been waiting here in the courtroom, I was gonna see if you want to go ahead and take his negotiated plea with the state.
I do. If you spoke with the state, yeah, I do. One second. Come on up, Mr. Horn. Thank you for your patience.
How you doing?
I'm good, sir. One second. I'm sorry, Mr. Horn. I've typed up the order, and then there's a quirk with my my device, and sometimes if it it will just get rid of everything and I have to retype it. So I had to do that. 1 second. Let me get you on. Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. So Mr. Elroy Simon Horn Jr., you're before the court on 2021 CR 08266 for open container violation. Mr. Horn, you said that you're willing to enter a plea. What is your plea to that offense, sir?
Yes.
All right. By entering a plea of guilty, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis. We can stipulate if you wish. Sir, if you wish to stipulate to the factual basis, that means they won't read it out loud. You'll just agree that there was enough evidence for this plea.
Yes.
Okay. All right, recommendation, please.
Hi, yeah, can you see me?
Yeah, but I got to hear you. So you can either be at the podium with the microphone or you can be in front of the computer.
Hi there, sorry. Yes, it's just a $200 fine.
I'm sorry?
Is it $200 fine?
Okay, $200 fine. I'm not sure if that microphone is going to work. Mr. Tipton, I don't know where he was. Maybe he was at one of them does better than the other.
You'll have to come to the computer, Judge. We can't hear him.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Okay, and you said it's a $200 fine. So, Mr. Horn, the fine is going to be $298 with the surcharges, and I can give you up to 60 days to pay. You can even make a payment today if you want to make partial payments, but just make sure that you make the payments by the 60th day.
Okay.
All right. So, did you want to? So I'll go ahead.
Where do I go and make the payment?
I'm gonna tell you. So you're gonna go to whether you make a payment or not today, you still need to stop by the office on the second floor. When you go through to the second floor, go down one floor, come back through the double doors and go to your left. You're gonna see the traffic court window. They're gonna give you your paperwork. And if you want to make a partial payment today, you can, but you'll have 60 days in which to pay, okay? All right, just please don't forget to pay the entire amount, because if you do, then an arrest warrant could eventually issue for that. So you just want to make sure you clear it up and get it done, okay?
Thanks.
All right, take care, sir. Be safe. And everybody, and the first thing you learn beside how to brake and how to put the gas on is no open containers in your car. Come on now. Everybody knows that.
All right.
Yes, sir. All right, now we have some other individuals on the arraignment calendar. We moved through the jail calendar pretty quickly. I think we have addressed all of the petitions. So Ms. Chang is free to go at this time. Yes.
I know we have Mr. Simpson on a petition.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay.
Simmons? Oh, right. We do have the plea for Mr. Simmons. That's true. So we have.
Okay, but we do still have Johnson. That was a not guilty. Sorry. No, Johnson times 2. Okay, so Ragland, Simmons, and Simpson.
I know we have Simpson and Simmons with Jason Simmons with the D, which is a negotiated plea. But
right.
Simpson, it's also a stip and accept.
Okay. What was I think you were in the back when these cases came up. What is Ragland? What's going on with Ragland? Because remember, we still have people waiting on the arraignment calendar.
Okay.
Ragland was the SSD. You sent him back.
Ah, good. Thank you. I just didn't have it on my notes. Okay, so it's done. That's the modification. So Simmons and Simpson on the jail are the last 2 jail calendar cases, and then we got a bunch of things on the arraignment calendar that we would need to get done.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so just tell me who's next. Oh, I'm sorry. Who's the new ASJ?
Hi there, we've met before. It's Stephanie Bang. How are you?
I'm sorry. Your last name again?
Bang, like bada bang.
Miss Bing. Yes, thank you.
Hi, nice to see you again. I'm
See you
just,
again, Ms. Bing.
yes, I'm here. I'm just filling in while Mr. Tipton is speaking to the witness.
That's fine. I appreciate the help wherever and whenever.
Okay.
Judge?
Yes.
Get Simpson. If we could do Simpson, and then before we do that, though, if we could get Miss Tortorello's device in a breakout room with Miss Brittany Wilson on the OTB calendar.
All right, so Miss Wilson and Miss Tortorello, I'm putting you in breakout room number 4. All right, done. All right, and we are working on Mr. Simpson. That's a petition, is that correct? That's the last one.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, we have, she meant for probation. Good afternoon, Judge. Or, sorry, this is Mr. Simpson.
All right, Mr. Simpson, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Simpson, move a little closer to the computer. You can put your hand down. You have to speak up for me, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you're before the court on a petition for revocation of probation, State of Georgia versus Dalston Insbert Simpson, 2021 CR 01711. Speeding 26 to 30 miles per hour over the limit, 29th day of February 2024. You were sentenced to 12 months on probation. You have 1 month remaining. You failed to report on May 15th, June 15th, July 8th, July 15th, August 15th, September 16th, October 15th, November 15th, and within 10 days of November 26th, all of 2024. Your probation was told because you stopped reporting. You last reported on April 12th, 2024 by phone. You have failed to document proof of completing a driver improvement course, and you failed to pay $1,141 in arrears. All right.
He does stipulate to those violations, Judge. I believe that some of the lack of reporting was due to him being in custody. He does, though, wish to ask the court to accept the recommendation from Ms. Chang.
All right, Ms. Chang, what's the recommendation?
Your Honor, we're recommending that 14 days be revoked, credit for time served, and close the case.
All right.
They take him on probation and he getting out.
Ms. McKnight,
Sorry.
stop unmuting your device. I keep muting you and I'm doing it intentionally. It's not an accident. I don't want to hear from you until I'm ready to talk to you. You're attention and I'm not pleased. All right, so sir, I'm going to accept your the stipulation. You spending time in jail, sir, when you really could have just gone and taken the little driver improvement course. It really wasn't necessary for you to come all the way back to jail, but if you're on probation, you have got to report. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yeah, but well, I think she's they're about to be back in that. I think she has to still say it.
Oh, yes.
All right, is that your last case, Ms. Chang?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Simmons is the last jail case, and then we need to move on the arraignments and let's get those finished up. Thank y'all for your patience.
Good to stand with us. Yeah, so it's kind of a weird one too. So basically it's he wanted it.
All right, Mr. Mr. Simmons.
Yes, good morning.
All right, raise your right hand for me, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus, what did I just do? All right, sorry. State of Georgia versus Jason Omari Simmons, 2025 CR 05997 for criminal trespass, count 1, public indecency, count 2, and simple assault, count 3. Mr. Lynch, what is your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Judge, he's going to be entering guilty pleas to counts 1, 2, and 3.
All right. By entering a plea of guilty to counts 1, 2, and 3, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Oh, sorry. This is a little different.
Hi there, yes. On May 27th, 2025, Tiara Lee Davis contacted the Clayton County Police to report that Mr. Simmons was running around naked in the area of Maddox Road, Morrow, Georgia. Actually, 6225 Maddox Road, Morrow, Georgia, 30260. Ms. Davis stated that he had a vehicle and pulled on the left passenger side door handle in an attempt to enter the vehicle while completely nude. Ms. Davis fled the scene. And Mr. Simmons followed her while still nude. She said that she felt threatened, feared for her life. There was also damage to the door handle while when he was trying to pull at it, and that estimated repair is $400. Police did locate him elsewhere in Morrow and personally observed that he was indeed naked. Yes, the state's recommendation is for count 1, 12 months probation to serve 80 days, credit for time served, balance probated. Do not the address that I mentioned before. That is, I'm sorry, is there a court reporter in here?
Yes,
okay.
She's online.
Okay, great. So the address being 6225 Maddox Road, Morrow, Georgia. No contact with the victim and a mental health evaluation plus any treatment that's recommended. On count 2, 12 months consecutive to count 1, 12 months probation consecutive to count 1, where he just continues the mental health treatment.
And then on count 3, consecutive to count 2, 12 months probation to continue mental health treatment.
All right, Mr. Lynch?
Yes.
Yes, Judge. So that is the recommendation that we discussed. Just so your Honor's aware, from speaking to my client, he has received medication in jail, and he his condition has improved immensely since when he initially came for arraignment with us, Judge. We are asking the court to accept the plea as negotiated. The one thing, and I think Mr. Tipton's here and he can confirm this, is that I believe that Mr. Tipton indicated that if he were to successfully complete the first year of probation without having any issues, then the state would not object. They do want him to still be under supervision, but they would not object to him going to like a mail-in or phone-in reporting. But
Okay.
That's neither here nor there, Judge. One of the main things is I wanted the court to consider at least suspending some portion of the probation fees if he is able to, especially.
Well, what's his status? Y'all always ask me to suspend, but you never tell me what's going on with them that I should suspend.
Well, so he's currently not employed. I believe he's lost his ability to, or he lost any employment that he did have while he's in custody. I know he's going to try to get a job, but he's currently not employed.
All right, so I'll suspend for 3 months. So here's the thing. I remember Miss Davis coming in and she was traumatized, just distraught. And just imagine sitting in your car and you're minding your own business and a naked man comes and starts pulling on your door to the extent where it damages your door enough that you can seriously consider that he might get into the car with you. Yeah, that is a very traumatic thing. And I understand from the conversation that we're having, Mr. Simmons, that maybe there's a mental health or a medical condition that is involved, but that doesn't lessen the trauma that Miss Davis went through. And so sir, the way this is structured is you will be checking in with the court for 3 years. And I need to make sure that you understand, I need you to be serious about getting your medical treatment. It is a medical issue. It is nothing to be ashamed of, but just like if you had heart disease or high blood pressure or diabetes, if you did not take your prescribed medication, if you did not follow the doctor's orders, you would suffer some severe consequences. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you gotta keep up with your mental health medication treatment and what the doctor is prescribing. So,
I can state something, Your Honor?
I'm sorry?
Any way I can state something?
Yes, that's up to you and your attorney. All right, so I'm going to accept your plea of guilty to counts 1, 2, and 3. On count 1, I'm going to accept 12 months to serve 80 days credit for time served. Balance will be probated for you to, you're not to go back to 6225 Maddox Road, Morrow, Georgia. You are not to have contact with Tierra Lee Davis. If you were to go back to that location or have contact with Miss Davis, you could have your sentence revoked and you could spend the remainder of that time, we're talking 3 years, in the Clayton County Jail. So please be mindful of that. That's 3 whole years that you could spend in the Clayton County Jail. You could also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felony charges. Please do not or go back to that location. I will waive your supervision fees for the first 3 months on probation, and you are to have a mental health evaluation. I need that mental health evaluation to take place within the first 21 days after you're released from jail. So within 21 days after you're released from jail, within 10 days after you're released from jail, I need a HIPAA waiver to be signed and presented to probation. so that they can get information about whether you are in fact participating with your mental health treatment. You are also on count 2, that is to run consecutive to count 1. For 12 months, you will continue your mental health treatments and report to probation as designated. And on count 3, that will be 12 months consecutive to run consecutive to count 2, to continue your mental health treatment and to report. Now, what are we doing about the $400?
That wasn't part of the,
Okay, so that was the $400. That was all right. So Mr. Simmons, you're gonna understand that you have got to keep up with your medical requirements. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can go back with the sheriff's office. All right, so now we just have what's on the arraignment calendar. I have remaining Bonds, 3 cases, Bradley, McKnight, New, Stevens, Williams, Wilson, and Young. I think a modification has been sent or is being sent. I think there's another case I may have missed. Hold on, let me go back to the calendar.
there's Miss New as well.
I thought I said Miss New.
I may have missed it, I'm sorry.
Miss Smith.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Tell me what we got next.
We're ready to do bonds, I believe.
All right. Bonds on the computer or in the phone?
He's on the
Bonds. Okay. Mr. Bonds, raise your right hand for me, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true. Okay, you gotta unmute.
Yeah, we'll stay. Mr. Bonds, there should be a red microphone that has a little line through it that you press to unmute yourself. It should be somewhere near the bottom of your screen or depending on your device, but it should be able to unmute yourself. You're currently muted.
Unmute.
Normally, there's a toolbar at the bottom left-hand corner with a microphone that says audio and a video icon as well. Now, if it's on a mobile device, it may be different, but sometimes you may have to click more.
Do you see something that looks like an old-fashioned microphone?
You may, if you tap your screen, that may pull up the control bar, which will have the icon. Should be on the toolbar. Should be on the bottom left corner of the toolbar. There you go. Yep. Thank you very much. Good job. But now you got to turn your camera back on. There you go.
Of course, it's their case, so.
Siobhan, that's starting. Siobhan, that's starting to finish. What's the name?
Are we ready for Mr. Bonds? Mr. Bonds, can we hear you now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I always hate when the kids go back to school because we lose tech support. Nobody can run tech like a teenager or a middle schooler.
I know that's right.
All right. So raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. So Mr. Quentin Allen Bond, and that's Allen, Allen, you're before the court on 2024 CR 02084 for driving under the suspended or revoked license, no insurance, no tag or expired or invalid tag, window tint violation, and marijuana 1 ounce or less. Mr. Lynch, how does your client plead to the offenses before the court?
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't catch, which case number are we talking?
This is the first case, 2024 CR 02084.
Judge, he's gonna enter a plea of no contest to count 3, no insurance. All other charges will be null pros or dismissed.
All right. On the second case, 2024 CR 02085.
Yes, Judge, he's going to enter a plea of guilty to count 3, open container, and count 6, obstruction of an officer. All of the charges are dismissed pursuant to the agreement.
All right. Now, in this case, you're charged with driving on a suspended or revoked license, no license, count 2, open container, count 3, open container, count 4. So it's the state open container that he's pleading to?
Yes, Judge, I believe.
And he's
I'm sorry, Judge.
no, guilty or NOLA?
Guilty.
Okay. And count 5 is no insurance. Count 6 is obstruction of an officer. He's entering a plea of guilty.
No, okay. You're on 2024 CR 02084? I'm sorry, 085. Yes, guilty of obstruction of an officer, count 6.
Okay, count 7, no tag expired or invalid tag. Count 8, improper display of license plates. Count 9, driver vision obstructed, and count 10, seatbelt violation. And the next case, 25 CR 01453.
Yes, Judge. He's going to be entering a plea to count 4, open container, and count 5, unlawful use of tag.
All right, so you're before the court on this case. Defective headlights, count 1, no tag expired or invalid tag, count 2, no insurance, count 3, open container, count 4, unlawful use of tag, count 5, driving on a suspended or revoked license, count 6, no license, count 7, and open container, count 8. So he's doing the open container state on this one also?
Yes, Judge. Is that
Mr. Bond, all day, every day, you know that your documents and your car have to be in working order before you crank it up, but you just kept risking it. And what concerns me, sir, is that you got open containers in these cars, and everybody knows from the time we first start driving that you're not supposed to have an open container in your car. If you are drinking and driving, you just a minute away from being caught for a DUI because we just ain't caught you yet. But the other part is, if you're so comfortable with open containers in your car and you're drinking, imagine what happens when somebody walks up on your doorstep to tell your loved one. I saw a lady in the frame of the video. So there's somebody obviously who can stand to be around you. Imagine when somebody comes up in a uniform and tells them you've killed yourself or somebody else in a drunk driving incident. Because every one of these, we got an open container. I'm like, what? Marijuana, open container. If every time you got to get behind the wheel of a car, you got to have some form of impairment, you are putting not just your life. You got kids?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have the family? Somebody who cares about you?
Yeah, I have a lot of family members that love me.
Okay. Well, then honor that. Don't keep, all day, every day, you can't get behind the wheel of a car. And I'm so sick of hearing people, well, I drive better drunk than I do. No, you don't. Stop doing what we learn when we first get our license. First of all, make sure you have all your documents in order. Second of all, Don't drive with open containers in the car. Don't drive while you're drinking. And third of all, make sure that your car is in good working order. You got all this stuff going on. Imagine if you hit somebody. There is nothing I could sentence you to that would be worse than waking up every day knowing that you hurt someone who didn't deserve it. Nothing. We clear?
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
not. I remember, you see people, they will pop a beer and be driving down the road. That is cool. You are putting people's lives in danger, and they don't deserve that. I drive on these roads. I got my babies in the car. The last thing I need is somebody doing this and just out here freewheeling. Every time you turn around, they got an open container in the car. That's not a good idea, Mr. Bonds. And you know when you get behind the wheel of the car that you're riding dirty. You know your documents aren't right, or you got an open container. You know there's something wrong with you about to get behind the wheel of the car and put that car on the road. You know there's something wrong. So don't do it. We clear?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Lynch.
Yes, Your Honor. We will stipulate to their factual basis for the charges that we're entering police to today.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure I can guess from these charges what's going on. All right, so on case 2024 CR 02084, sir, you're entering no count 3. On case 202 CR 02095, you're entering a plea of guilty to state charge of open container on count 3. You're also entering a plea of guilty to obstruction. On the case 2025 CR 01453, you're entering a plea of guilty to counts 4 and 5. The open container state again, and unlawful use of a tag. By doing so, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis. Oh, are we stipulating to the facts? All right. Recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Would you like to hear all 3 recommendations at once, or would
Yes, please.
Yes, Your Honor. With regard to case ending in 2084, that will be a $200 fine to count 3. With regard to case ending in 2085, that will be a $200 fine to count 3 and a $300 fine to count 6. With regard to 1453, that will be a $200 fine to count 4 and a $500 fine to count 5.
All right, Mr. Lynch, how much time, if any, is your client going to need to pay these fines and fees? On the case ending in 02084, it'll be $200 fine on count 3. The counts 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 will be no pros. That $200 fine is going to be $298 with the surcharges. Does he need additional time to pay?
Judge, I think he's going to need pay only probation. We would just
all right. On the case 2024 CR 02085, counts 1 and 2 will be no pros. Counts 3 will be a $200 fine. Count 4 and 5 will be no pros. Count 6 will be a $300 fine. The $200 fine is going to be $298 with the surcharges. The $300 fine is going to be $444 with the surcharges. Count 7, 8, 9, and 10 will be no pros. Charges on case 4 CR 02085, counts 3 and 6 will run concurrent with count 3 on the case 2024 CR 02084. All of these cases will be served under 12 months pay only probation. upon completion of the payment of the fines and fees for all 3 cases, then probation can terminate. On case 2024 CR 2025 CR 01453, counts 1, 2, 3 will be null prost. Counts 4 and 4 will be a $200 fine. That's going to be $298. A $500 fine. That's going to be $737.50 with the surcharges. And then counts 6, 7, and 8 will be null prost. So, Mr. Bonds?
Yes.
You're looking at about a little over 2,000 in fees. So I'm going to put you on 12 months pay only probation. Your requirements are that you pay your fines and fees and that you report to probation. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Ms. James. Ms. James is going to do your probation intake. Once she has completed that, you do not have to come back to the main room. I'm sorry, that'll be Ms. Farley. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Ms. Farley. You do not have to come back to the main room, but please make sure you report for probation and that you pay all of your fines and fees. If you fail to do that, then your probation will terminate. You will end up with a probation and you'll be back before me with possible jail time. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm gonna put you in room 6 with Ms. Farley. Please, sir, stop driving crazy. Doesn't make any sense. 1 second, let me get you moved.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
You were a little choppy. Were
I don't
these
know.
concurrent or consecutive
They're
or?
all concurrent for 12 months pay only probation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. Y'all sound fine to me.
It could be my reception.
Okay, no problem.
Judge, I have a question about Noel. He was on the bill calendar. I think he had a Caesar, Noel Caesar.
Who?
His name is Romero Noel Caesar. What did we do with his case? Tinted violation, no license.
Let's continue to the next.
Oh, he's going to be continued. Yeah.
My understanding.
Because his attorney Ward called and said that he doesn't represent him on his misdemeanors. He's only
and that's what we asked that, but he was unclear.
He only been retained on the felony cases.
Okay, well, he'll come up next week and we'll deal with it then. I'll appoint if he needs it.
Okay, I'll let him know.
Because that was what I was trying to figure out.
Okay, so you're going to appoint Easton Hope?
Yeah, I can appoint them.
Okay, okay.
All right, so that concludes bonds. Who's next?
Your Honor, I would need to be placed in a breakout room, Miss Nia Smith. And I did chat Miss Wilson something. So Miss Brittany Wilson, if you could respond to that so we could possibly move forward with your case.
All right, I'll put Miss Smith in breakout room number 4. I'm sorry, hold on, Miss Smith. Yeah, breakout room number 5. I'm sorry, I'll move Attorney Tortorella. All right, who's next? We got a lot of cases. Wilson has 3. Then there's Williams, Stevens, Smith, New, McKnight, Bradley. So
yeah, I'm fine. I don't know. Talk to them. I can't.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Tipton.
While Ms. Tortorello takes care of speaking with her clients, I think that Mr. Bradley is pro se. And I also think that perhaps Mr. Lynch and I could go ahead and get the hearing over with for Mr. Stevens.
Come on up, Mr. Bradley. Is he in the courtroom or is he, oh, he's online.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Mr. Bradley, you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Kendrick Rashawn Bradley. No license, address change on license, count 1. License not on person, count 2. No tag expired, or 3, and the window violation. So you enter a plea to these charges?
Your Honor, it would be a plea just to the no tag.
Okay, so to the no tag, you've spoken with the state, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're representing yourself, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're over 21?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Ms. Farley, did you need me?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. So, sir, you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Kendrick Rashawn Bradley, 2020-CR09415. You're before the court on no license change for 30 days, license not on person, no tag expired or invalid tag, and window tint violation. You're entering a plea, count 3. Did you wish to enter a guilty plea and save your NOLO for something else?
No, man, I think you had told me that it was going to affect my driving score.
It's not.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so guilty to count
Guilty.
3. Counts 1, 2, and 4 will be no pros. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
I do.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Mr. Bradley, do you agree that there's a factual basis for your tag being invalid?
At the time, it was so long ago, I couldn't even really say like.
Okay, Your Honor, on the date present on the accusation, Mr. Bradley was driving down the roadways of Clayton County with an expired tag. This did occur in Clayton County. Those are the facts of the case, and the court's aware of the state's recommendation.
All right. And the recommendation, I believe, was $100 fine suspended. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you're free to go. Please be safe. Thank you for taking care of this old case.
You too. I'm about the fugitive from justice thing. Would that be like lifted off?
Do we have a bench warrant for Mr. Bradley?
It was a bench warrant. It was a bench warrant. I was told by my recruiter from the army that I had to get this.
Okay,
dealt
well,
with.
I'm gonna go ahead and sign that bench warrant set aside today. If you need a copy of it, you can come down to the Clayton County Courthouse at.
Man, I stay in Phoenix, man. I'm sorry, I don't stay in Georgia no longer.
Okay. Do you have an email address?
I do.
There's on the website a records request QR code that he can request that from. In the state court clerk's portion of the website.
Thank you. So, excuse me, Mr. Bradley, we got new technology. It is so fly. What we do is we have a QR code on the state court clerk's website. So let me tell you how to find the state court clerk. Her name is Tiki, T-I-K-I Brown. So you can Google Tiki Brown, or you can Google State Court Clerk, Clayton County, Georgia. Okay? On the website, there's a QR code to request documents.
Sit down. I'm sorry, Judge.
That's okay. And so when you request your documents, they can send it to you wherever you are.
Okay.
All right. So you can request your sentence sheet. That's the information that says this case is closed. You may need that. And you also will need the bench warrant set aside.
And Your Honor, everyone who got on the Zoom call today who had a bench warrant set aside, I've already sent their bench warrant set aside to Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Bradley, give me like an hour or so after we finish the hearing. So we're gonna be finished in about 30 minutes. So give me about an hour and a half to sign everything, but I sign electronically. So as soon as I sign, it's gonna go to where it needs to go.
Okay, I really appreciate that.
No problem, and thank you. You about to serve our country, sir. Be safe, and take advantage of all of the opportunities that the military will give you, okay? Education, travel, work experience, new skills. Take advantage of that.
Okay, I got 7 kids, so I'm gonna need it.
Yeah, and don't have no more kids, Mr. Bradley. You've done your
Now,
part.
I have about 2 more.
No, sir. You don't need 2 more. You don't need 2 more. What I say, Mr. Bradley, is you busy having kids, but they busy raising each other. Now, be a dad.
I want my kids right now. I stay with my kids
And I
all
love
day.
it.
I
I
work
love
overnight.
that
That's why
for
I
them.
was ready to get this over with. The reason I didn't get it done then because it was COVID and it wasn't no court, and I ended up eventually moving and changed the address stuff like that, and I got behind on it. So
Okay. Well, Lord bless you and your 10 kids, your tribe. All right, sir. Take care.
thank you. Yeah.
All right.
Judge, also just for information purposes, there's a way that they can access the change of address on the website as well.
Oh, won't he do it? Thank you. That is wonderful because I
All right. So
get so
before you leave,
tired.
Judge, you said her name was Tiki Brown, and I can go to the Clayton, the Clayton,
Yeah.
the
So
Clayton County
the
website.
easiest way to remember that is our clerk's name is Tiki Brown. And because it's such a unique name, it comes up quicker. So if you Google Tiki Brown, you'll see State Court Clerk of Clayton County. You go onto that website.
So Tiki, how you spell Tiki again?
Tiki.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Who's next?
Your Honor, we would ask that we go ahead and do the motion to revoke bonds for Mr. Stevens.
All right. This is State of Georgia versus where is it? Mr. Stevens.
Gregory Stevens.
Yeah. State of Georgia, Gregory Denard Stevens, 2025 CR 07396. Mr. Stevens is Mr. Holton Dennis. Ms. Owen Lynch is his attorney. The state is represented by Assistant Solicitor General, Mr. William Tipton. Mr. Stevens is charged with battery family violence count 1, battery count 2, simple battery family violence count 3, simple battery count 4, and criminal trespass count 5. Mr. Stevens is present in the courtroom, and this is a motion to revoke bond. All right, you may begin.
You guys mind if I get up here real quick?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Gotcha. Yes, Your Honor. The state's going to begin by calling to the Zoom call Miss Brittany Brathwaite. Miss Brathwaite, if you would please unmute yourself and turn your camera on, please. Miss Brathwaite, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that today shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, please lower your hand. Please state and spell your name for the court reporter.
Brittany Brathwaite, BRITTANY, BRATHWAITE.
Thank you, Miss Brathwaite. Miss Brathwaite, how do you know Mr. Gregory Stevens?
We were in a relationship for 3 years. We have a daughter, share an 8-month-old daughter together.
Okay. And
9 months today, excuse me.
Okay. And previously, did you have to call the police for an issue involving Mr. Stevens?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell me a little bit about that day?
Gregory Stevens had drove past my house a few times. He was agitated. He banged and knocked on the door. I came outside to de-escalate. He was upset. He rammed his vehicle into one of my visitors' vehicles. He was very irate. I called the police and they came and arrested him.
Okay, and was that the incident that occurred in Lovejoy on July 28th?
Correct. At 2 a.m.
Okay. So are you aware of bond conditions that were put on Mr. Stevens as a result of that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And did those bond conditions include that he was not to have contact with you?
Yes.
Your Honor, if you'll give me one moment, it appears that my personal device logged out of Zoom. I want to share my screen though with the court.
Okay.
Have you seen a copy of the bond conditions, Ms. Brathwaite?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I'm going to show you a document. I want to ask you if this is the copy of the bond conditions. Okay. Your Honor, I'm attempting to share my screen. Can the court see my screen?
I can.
All right. Is this an accurate copy of the bond conditions, Ms. Brathwaite?
Yes.
Okay. And can you read from, and at this time, Your Honor, state would request to admit State's Exhibit 1 into the hearing?
No,
Any
Judge.
objection, Mr. Lynch?
No, Judge.
All right, will be admitted without objection.
Okay. Now, Ms. Brathwaite, I want to draw your attention to where my mouse is. Can you read that? Can you read that of his bond?
It says, stay away absolutely directly or indirectly by mail, email, pager, telephone, or third person from the person, home, workplace, and immediate family members of any witness, including but not limited to Brittany Brathwaite.
Thank you, ma'am. So since this has occurred, have you had any contact with Mr. Stevens?
No, I have not had any contact with Mr. Stevens directly.
Okay. Well, you mentioned that you didn't have contact with him directly. Do you have indirect contact?
Yes, I did. Immediately upon release, I received a phone call from a young lady who bailed him out by the nickname of Lele. She called and said a lot of profanities and threatened me, and then she hung up.
Okay. So, Ms. Brathwaite, we're in open court and we need to know what was said to you. Can you give us what was stated to the best of your recollection?
With the profanities included?
Yes, ma'am.
I answered the phone. I said, hello. Lele said, yeah, bitch. Fuck you, bitch. Don't worry about Greg, bitch. I'm bailing him out right now, ho. And you better hope I don't come for you next, fuck you up, ho. And I responded and said, congratulations. And then I hung up the phone. Or no, she hung up the phone, excuse me.
Okay. And what is, so you mentioned Miss Lele. How is Miss Lele, how do you know Miss Lele to be connected to Mr. Stevens?
During our 3-year relationship, he brought her up often, stating that that was his ex-girlfriend. They were together for 8 years prior to me and his relationship, of course.
Okay. Was this the only contact with you or with your family?
No.
What other contact are of?
Lele in the court?
I cannot tell.
No, I'm asking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, Judge. Not that, no one's in the courtroom other than my client's mother and our attorney.
Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Can the question be repeated, please?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Brathwaite, what were the other, what other type of contact has been made to you or your family that you're aware of regarding this case?
Gregory contacted my mother directly via phone call and text message multiple times over the span of, I would say over a week, maybe 2 weeks after his release from release from jail on bond.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen again.
Okay, I'm going to object to any of these text messages or indications being introduced. There's not a proper foundation being laid by the state that can connect these screenshots or whatever these indications are. These are not phone records from any provider. This is just, so I'm objecting on the basis of foundation and authentication.
And Your Honor, this is the nature of Zoom court. I have to show these to my witness to confirm that they are in fact what she has presented them to me as, so that I may present these to the court. That's just the nature of Zoom court.
All right, lay the foundation, Mr. Tipton.
Okay, Ms. Brathwaite, if I were to show you some screenshots, would you be able to tell me if they were communications made to you or your family from Mr. Stevens or from third persons that that you believe are tied to Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you this screenshot right now that says Greg. Who is Greg?
The gentleman standing behind you is Gregory Stevens, Gregory Denard Stevens. Okay.
And this was from 11 a.m. on the day that you sent it to us. Do you remember what day you sent this to us?
I believe the same day of the call. I can confirm that to you.
Okay. And to the bet and were the bonds?
It was Monday, August 4th that I was able to send some of those in.
Okay. And the bond conditions, do you recall what day those went into effect?
He signed them on July the 30th, but there's a stamp that says the 31st, but it was before August 4th.
Okay. So at this time, Your Honor, state would move to introduce this screenshot that's been based on what the defendant, actually what the victim has attested to it being.
Mr. Lane?
I would object on the basis of foundation. I mean, it wasn't even established who received this call, if anyone.
That is correct. Mr. Stain.
If I may, Ms. Brathwaite, who received this call?
My mother, and we are able to provide phone records if needed.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor, at this time, I would attempt to reintroduce it.
Mr. Lynch?
No objection.
All right, they will be admitted as State's Exhibit 2 without objection.
Now, Ms. Brathwaite, I wanted to ask you about this phone number. Do you recognize this screenshot?
Yes, I do.
Did you provide this screenshot to us?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you recall the context of you providing a screenshot to us?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Who did you receive this phone call?
Yes, this was the phone call made to me by the individual named Lele, nicknamed Lele.
All right. Your Honor, at this point, state seeks to introduce State's Exhibit 3.
Objection, Mr. Lynch?
No objection.
Will be admitted as State's Exhibit 3.
And just so I understand, when did you say that you received this with regards to when Mr. Stevens was released?
The same day. I was under the presumption that it was while he was still in jail or possibly just released. If not, maybe still in the parking lot. I'm not sure. I don't know.
I see. Okay. At this time, are you in fear for your safety, ma'am?
Yes. Yes.
What's the basis of your fear?
Had everything been able to calm down, then I feel like I would have been able to not be so anxious. But with the phone call and the threat and constantly being reached out to instead of being left alone directly and indirectly from Gregory and his family has made me feel as though I have to check my cameras before I walk outside. I don't feel safe. Also, Gregory went to our daughter's daycare center making threats, speaking obscenely, calling me obscenities, and demanding to take his daughter from the daycare after the incident of him being removed or bailed out from the jail. And I was called from my job by the daycare center and asked to come pick Nuri up. So I had to leave work to go get my daughter because they were scared after he came and acted out and thought he would come back. So I had to go pick my daughter up. He also has
Ms.
called.
Braithwaite, I have a question. So were you all married at the time that your daughter was born?
No,
Were you married at any point after that?
No, we were not.
Has he legitimized your child?
No, he has not.
Has he gone through Superior Court to establish a legal relationship with your child?
No, he has not.
Okay.
May I continue?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Lynch, I ask these questions, you look incredulous, but if he has a legal relationship with the child, then there's nothing to be worried about.
He has his right, the same right to access his child in the daycare center. And if they're not complaining about obscenities or anything like that, then he would have been fine. But the issue is that the child is connected to Miss Braithwaite, and he is not to have contact with any member of her family. So I asked those questions. You look incredulous, but I asked those questions as much for Mr. Stevens as I did for Miss Braithwaite.
And Judge, the incredulous look is because Miss Braithwaite is aware that Mr. Stevens is in the process of trying to get his child.
It doesn't matter whether he's in the process. How old is your child, Miss Braithwaite?
She's
9 months? Well, he's had 18 months from the time he found out she was pregnant to get his act together. And then he had an additional 9 months to go ahead and get it done. So in the process does not legal contact make.
No, I'm not arguing that, Judge.
All right. Go on, Mr. Tipton.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Braithwaite, that you've had safety concerns. Have you attempted to get a protective order in this case?
Yes, I have received a TPO on Gregory Stevens. The judge has signed off on it and he has been served. And I would also like to add that I proceeded to get the TPO and hopefully get it expedited because it was also spoken of Greg mentioning that he wanted to harm me and then harm himself. And I think that's very serious. And I don't take things like that lightly, which has also heightened me to be scared to move about and leave in my home. Because I don't know who Miss Lele is, or if she knows where I live, or if someone else would come, or if anyone else would come on his behalf.
Okay, you mentioned that you believe that that you've heard that Mr. Stevens may do you harm. How did you?
It was word of mouth.
Okay,
I was advised that I probably.
I'm going to object to hearsay at this point.
I'm
who
sorry.
are we talking about? Whom?
Sustained.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Cross-examination, Mr. Lynch.
Sure. So Ms. Braithwaite, and I believe you may have testified to this, but how old is the child that you share with with Mr. Stevens?
Her name is Nuri and she is 9 months today.
And prior to the situation where we're in now, where had Mr. Stevens been actively involved in the child's life up to that?
Yes.
Okay. Did he provide financial support?
Yes. Inconsistently, but yes.
Did he provide care?
Yes.
Okay. And after Mr. Stevens was arrested for the case that you testified to, I just want to make clear, you haven't had any contact directly, I understand, about what was testified to with Mr. Stevens himself, correct?
Can you repeat the question, please?
You have, since Mr. Stevens' arrest, you haven't had direct contact with Mr. Stevens, correct?
No, I have not.
Okay. You attempted to bond Mr. Stevens out of jail, isn't that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
You didn't make attempts to try to post and contact the sheriff's office about trying to post Mr. Stevens' bond to get him out of jail?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay. All right. So you testified to the fact that you received a call from someone who you identified as Lele, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You don't have any knowledge or any reason to believe that Mr. Stevens instructed her to call you. You would have no way of knowing whether she did that of her own volition or if it was at my client's request, correct?
It's perceived that way because that's the only way she would have any knowledge of or contact to get to me. There's no other, I'm not even affiliated with this person or know of her, so yes.
So, okay, but other than the fact that the number, she had your number somehow, you don't have any reason or any knowledge about whether she did this of her own volition or whether, and you don't know whether my client gave you the number or where she got the number, correct? Okay. And you also mentioned that Mr. Stevens contacted your mother, is that correct?
Yes, multiple times.
And you are aware of the nature of what Mr. Stevens was asking or what the conversation with your mother was about, correct?
Correct.
And the nature of that was Mr. Stevens was trying to arrange to have contact with his daughter, correct?
Correct.
And he was also trying to arrange for his mother, who was in town, to have contact with the daughter as well, correct?
I'm unaware of that.
Okay. In the past, had Mr. Stevens' mother had contact with the child?
Yes, she's met Nuri before, but my mom had asked him to stop contacting her, or she asked to stay out of it. So.
Okay. And after she indicated that she wasn't going to get involved in contact between him and his daughter, let me ask a more simple question. After that August 4th conversation, there were not additional attempts to contact your mother from Mr. Stevens that you're aware of, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. No further questions at this time.
All right. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Thanks. So, Ms. Brathwaite, you provided, there's another set of.
I'm going to object beyond the scope.
To expand on some of the, I was going to expand on some of the screenshots that we had.
That weren't introduced.
Your Honor, I will withdraw my questions at this time.
All right.
At this time, Your Honor, the state rests.
All right. Argument. Oh, I'm sorry. Anything on behalf of the defense?
Yes, Judge. The defense is gonna call Mr. Stevens to testify just in reference to the alleged contact.
All right. I'm sorry. You said what now? The state what? The state rests. You're going to present Mr. Stevens?
Yeah, I'm gonna call Mr.
All right, Mr. Stevens, you have the right to remain silent, and anything that you say may be used against you in this hearing or any subsequent prosecution of this case or any other case. This is on the record. It's my understanding that you have spoken with your attorney about whether you are going to testify in this hearing. You and your attorney have made the decision that you will waive your right to remain silent and offer testimony. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
Come closer to the screen, speak up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hand down, and you understand that nobody can make you testify or promise you anything to get you to testify.
I do.
And you are willing to give up your right to remain silent to order testimony in this hearing.
I am.
All right, you may begin. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Stevens, you have a child with Miss Braithwaite, correct?
Correct.
Is that your first child?
Yes.
And how old is she?
9 months today.
And prior to you being arrested for this offense, how often would you see your child?
She was at my house every day.
Okay. And did you spend time with your child?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
Yeah, I'm not sure that this is relevant to him having contact with Ms. Braithwaite that exceeds the bond conditions.
Okay.
I'm not saying he's not a good father. He's just not the legal father.
Right.
All right.
As far as the contact.
Hold on. You're gonna get a chance. So, Mr. Braithwaite, when you were taken into custody for this offense, eventually you were bonded, or how did you get out of jail?
I made bond.
Okay.
Who made it?
My sister and my ex, Lele, who she's referring to.
That's your niece?
No, my sister and my ex.
Your ex. Okay.
Were you, well, let me ask you this. Did you instruct Lele to call Miss Braithwaite?
No, I did not.
Were you aware of any calls made from Lele to Miss Braithwaite?
No, I was not.
Were you present for any calls?
No, I was not.
Okay. Now, you understand that your bond conditions prevent you from having contact with, did you understand that you were prohibited from having contact with her mother?
No, I was not.
Okay.
Did you read the bond?
I did not. I'm sorry, Judge.
How did Lele get her phone number?
She doesn't have Brittany's phone number, and I don't know how she could tell by the voice that is Lele if she's
Whose phone number is 770-470-9130?
I have no idea.
Do you know Lele's phone number?
It's in my phone. She's from Florida. She has a Florida number.
You want to go get your phone and pull her number? If that's okay.
That's fine.
Lele's phone number is 786-813-6803.
What's your sister's phone number?
My sister's phone number is 561.
All right, that's it.
Oh.
That's all I need to know. Go ahead, Mr. Lynch.
When you contacted her mother, explain the purpose of reaching out to her mother?
I contacted her mother because my mother had just had breast cancer surgery. And on the way back from having the surgery, they stopped by my house and she wanted to see her grandbaby. And I had just got released. I was not under the impression that I could not contact her mom to be a mediator between me and Brittany. So when I contacted her mom, I was asking her mom, would she mind me meeting her somewhere and letting my mom see the baby? She just had her breast amputated and she is in the courtroom.
Okay. Mr. Stevens,
At no point in the conversation when I contacted her mom, did I ask her mom to contact Brittany for me. It was strictly for her mom because her mom had the baby. It was strictly for her mom to meet me somewhere, wherever she pleased, in an open area for me to get the baby, for my mom to see her before she went back to Florida.
Mr. Stevens, have you yourself or anyone on your behalf made any threats to Ms. Braithwaite or threats to harm the child?
No.
Okay.
And neither have I went to the daycare and became irate to the point that they had to call Brittany. I'm pretty sure they would have called the police. The only thing I did was go to the daycare and I wanted to see her. And they told me no, because Brittany has taken my name off of the list. And I left the daycare and have not been back since that day.
Mr. Stevens, are you in the process of trying to have the child legitimized?
Yes, I filed the legitimation paperwork.
Objection, relevance.
I think it was discussed in direct about whether or not my client had rights to see the child.
Yes.
And
No, it wasn't whether your client had a right to see the child, whether he's legitimating the child. It was if he went to the daycare center. So
Sure.
him in the process of failing of signing the papers is irrelevant if he wasn't the legitimated father on the date of the incident.
But it's
So I
relevant to
don't
bias.
care that I don't care that he's going through the process. What I cared about is on that date, did he have a legal right to see the child? He did not. So
But
at
Judge,
that, yes,
it's relevant to the witness's bias against my client because she doesn't want him to have contact with his child and he's trying to do that. Bias is always relevant.
I get that bias is relevant, but the fact that he's trying to legitimize the child is not relevant because that wasn't done on the date.
Okay. That's
So you haven't told me anything about her preventing him from legitimizing the child. If you can show evidence that she prevented him, then maybe bias is a factor on that particular date. But he hadn't even tried. He's in the process. He's just now in the process. The baby been here 9 months.
We were together. I
don't care, Mister. Y'all kill me with this. Y'all having babies just willy-nilly gumdrop out here, just having babies, but don't understand the responsibilities and legalities of all this. Everybody want to have a baby, and everything is fine as long as we are together. And then when we decide, well, we're not gonna be together, we need a baby. A baby is a lifelong. But y'all ain't even mature enough or ready enough to have the commitment of a stable relationship and a marriage. People will have a baby when they barely know somebody's name, but they won't commit to each other to be in a stable relationship before they have a baby. So I just really am not pressed about the fact that y'all were together. You still were not the legal father. Everybody out here just dropping babies with no understanding of what goes on.
I had no idea. I
don't care, Mr. Braithwaite. Mr. Stevens. Mr. Lynch, continue.
That's all the questions I have for Mr. Stevens at this time.
Cross-examination, Mr. Tipton.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Stevens, so you did attempt to make did you in fact attempt to make contact with the mother of Miss Brittany Braithwaite?
Yes.
Did you in fact attempt to make contact with the daughter of Miss Brittany Braithwaite?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Lynch?
No, Judge.
All right.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I had a statement to the court.
There is no statement. If they're not here to testify, I'm not taking a statement.
Oh, no, it was mine.
Let me hold it. I can start. Judge, we're just ready for argument.
All right.
Yeah, I know I need to. If I may?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry. Your Honor, we're here today to deal with the issue of a bond violation. Now, the basis of just about every bond involving a domestic violence situation, which is what this is that the victim is to feel safe. The victim's family is to feel safe. The victim is to feel like their family is not in any threat of any danger. Here we have a victim, actually a defendant, who has admitted in conformity with the victim that he did violate his bond by making contact with the defendant, with the victim's mother. That he did violate his bond by making contact with the child, which he has yet to legitimize. A child which he had 9 months to legitimize thus far. Not to mention, he could have married Miss Braithwaite, and then the child would have legally been he would have legally had rights to that child. He said that he was unaware of the conditions of the bond, but Your Honor, he wouldn't have been released without being made aware of those conditions of his bond. Now, the state does in fact believe that Miss Lele did in fact contact Miss Braithwaite at the urging of the defendant because of the fact that Miss Lele did in fact contact Miss Braithwaite saying we're getting him out, either we've got him out of jail or we're getting out of jail, and then follow that up with a threat. That would in turn put the victim in fear of her safety. As you're aware, Your Honor, the OCGA does in fact state that bonds may be revoked where a defendant poses significant threat to the victim's family, or the community in general. That's OCGA 17-6-1 subsection D. Further, Your Honor, a bond may be revoked under that same subsection if the defendant poses significant risk of committing a felony. I think that witness tampering would be such a felony. I think having contact with a child that he has not legitimized and taking that child out of a daycare and trying to see that child at a daycare when his mother is not present, when his mother's family is not present, is extremely problematic. And I fear for the safety of the child. Your Honor, further, Ms. Braithwaite is in fear for her safety. She has attempted to get a protective order, and the state believes that this is a situation where it is uncontroverted that Mr. Stevens has in fact broken has in fact violated the conditions of his bond and should have his bond revoked. He even admitted to it that he had contact with the family members of Ms. Braithwaite. For that reason, Your Honor, the state requests that you revoke Mr. Stevens's bond and that he be held without bond until the next trial date. Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor,
Mr. Lynch.
Your Honor, we don't contest that you have the power, the authority to revoke Mr. Stevens' bond. Mr. came up here and testified both. And yes, he admitted to what is technically a violation of the bond from contacting her mother. However, all the indications that Ms. Braithwaite gave of reasons to fear for her safety came from what she had, the threat from Lele, which Mr. Stevens also came up here and testified that he had no knowledge of, and he doesn't even believe that, well, he doesn't have any knowledge about whether that call happened or not, Judge. Mr. Stevens is 35 years old. This is his first child. Mr. Stevens supports that child. Mr. Stevens, the bond violation that he admitted to, while by the letter of the bond is a violation, as he explained and as it was confirmed, it was for the purpose of him trying to have contact with his daughter. And once it was rebuked and it was indicated that mother would assist, there were no further violations. Your Honor, Mr. Stevens has no serious criminal record of any kind. Mr. Stevens has a good job, which he has used to support his child. Many times when we're in this situation, it is because the defendant in the case has committed additional criminal violations. That is not the case here. That the defendant has willfully ignored the bond conditions in order to have contact with the named victim. That is not the case here. Judge, it is absolutely within your power to revoke Mr. Stevens' bond. He has admitted that he contacted the mother. However, there is no credible evidence that he made any threats, that he instructed anyone to call and threaten Miss Braithwaite. Judge, obviously, and I mentioned the fact that he's attempting to legitimize his child because this is a man who has first contact with the child, or your first child is, it's a big change. And to be confronted with a situation where you go from being actively involved in the child's life every day to have no contact, that is a jarring experience. That is something that, is something that's hard to deal with. So, Judge, we are asking the court to exercise its discretion to admonish Mr. Stevens that he is to have no contact without the order of the Superior Court, no contact with the mother. But we're asking you to take into consideration his lack of conviction for anything violent. And I do think I understand that it says indirect family members are, on the bond conditions. But, Your Honor, realistically, not everyone processes that information. And that doesn't necessarily—
Not even process it. People don't read. If you want to hide information from anybody, put it in writing, because I guarantee you they're not going to read it. I was a magistrate, so I've read that stuff out in court and told people your bond condition will say this. They don't listen. You're going to get the piece of paper when you leave jail. Nobody listen. You have a bond. There are conditions on your bond. We've told you. And nobody says, well, let me make sure I don't mess up by going to get a copy of the bond if they don't keep the copy that they get when they leave jail. So it's not just, oh, it's a lot to process. Folk don't even read it. And then they go, let me just tell you what I hate more than anything. This type of messy foolishness. Y'all have made a child together, a child who deserves to be raised in peace and in a structured situation. And I don't care how good y'all are as parents. If y'all can't co-parent, it's not. People letting their members, ex-girlfriends, girlfriends, current girlfriends, wives, husbands, boyfriends, any of those people get involved between the mother and the father of a child. This is the rule. If they weren't in the bed when you made the child, then they get no say. They don't get to call and threaten and laugh and talk about. If Miss Lele want to waste her money bonding you out of jail, that is on her. I would say she's the fool. And I would tell her to her face, I ain't scared. But the point is, you need to control your side so that they're not doing stupid stuff on your behalf. There's no way this person could have gotten Miss Braithwaite's number unless they got it from you. Don't talk. Just listen. You want to be all true father, but let me tell you how you be a father. You make sure there's no messiness that comes into your relationship with the mother of your child. You respected her enough to lay down and have a baby with her. So that respect carry through. And respect is what's going on with the underlying charge. If y'all not together, she get to have whoever she want to have at her house. That is not your business. Just repeat to yourself, 2 a.m. in the morning, I don't need to be riding by Miss Braithwaite's house, because that is what? not my business. Miss Lele, that is not her business. Be a mature individual. If y'all aren't together, you still have to respect each other and co-parent. But all of this foolishness, this back and forth, this I'm gonna get my ex involved, and that's some foolishness. That's high school stuff. How old are you, sir?
35.
Excuse me?
35.
So you good and grown. Good and grown. But you don't act like it. I wish somebody would call and mess up my relationship and get me put back in jail, talking about they gonna threaten the mother of my child. Lele is the one you should be upset with, because nobody should threaten the mother of your child. If something happens to Miss Braithwaite, what happens to your child? Because you can't raise her as good as Miss Braithwaite is gonna raise her. I don't care what you say. Because she's going to need both parents. But if you let somebody from your life threaten this woman, then you're the fool. She is the mother of your child. Why would you let somebody harm your child by harming their mother or even threatening to? You get that straight. Get it straight.
If I may, Your Honor.
Listen. People don't listen because they're so busy thinking about how they're going to respond. I don't care about your response, because if you had a good enough response, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be here on the underlying charge. You wouldn't be here on the revocation. You would have read your bond conditions. You would have made sure that nobody's reaching out on your behalf to come get in Miss Braithwaite's face. That is the mother of your child. And let me tell you what a doctor told me. He said the health and well-being of a child mainly depends on how their mother does. If their mother is good and stable and doing well, that child is likely to do. Did she say the father? I asked. They didn't say the father. They said the mother. Your job is to make sure your child's home is good and stable. I don't care if your mama come into town. I don't care who it is. Your mama should have raised you to where you are respectful of the woman who has your child. At 35 years old, you doing messy foolishness. If you and Miss Braithwaite together, sack up and realize y'all ain't together. Get over it. But you are still going to have to respect her and deal with her as the mother of your child. Now the court is involved. And so all of this good fathering you've been doing, you don't get to do because you never legitimated your child. So now you got to go through that process. So I can't give you access to your child because you never got it legally. So here where we are. Miss Braithwaite, you said you have a TPO?
Yes.
He's been served with the TPO?
Yes.
Is he paying child support?
He gives me money every week for Nuri's daycare. He's missed only 1 week. That's where the inconsistency fell.
But he gives you money for the daycare.
He gives me $130 a week. He skipped 1 week and he gave me $260 this week that just passed.
Okay, so he is paying what y'all agreed upon.
Correct.
Not enough, because y'all will get that straightened out when you go for the support, legitimacy, custody, take all of that.
Yes.
You have a temporary protective order, Mr. Stevens. If you never read anything in your life, I want you to read your bond conditions and I want you to read the temporary protective order. At this time, you are still paying for your child. I am not going to revoke your bond and put you in jail and take away that source of income that Ms. Braithwaite has. And the reason I'm not going to do it is because she was proactive and went and got a TPO. If you violate the TPO, let me tell you what's going to happen, because you'll also be violating my bond conditions. You will be charged with aggravated stalking. It is punishable by up to 10 years in prison, a $10,000 fine, or both. It is a felony. And if you don't think that we will charge and prosecute somebody with that, I've been on magistrate court, I've been on state court, and I have sat by designation on superior court. I have seen it at all 3 levels. You will be charged with it, and a case will be brought for aggravated stalking. And it's easy to prove because y'all leave footprints. Are we clear?
Yes, ma'am.
There is enough evidence here for me to revoke your bond. but I'm not going to do it because you're going to continue to pay. And this is how you're going to pay. How has he been paying, Miss Braithwaite?
Directly through Navy Federal. There's an option where you could send it directly into the account.
You will continue to do that, and you will have no contact with Miss Braithwaite that is not designated by the Superior Court of Clayton County in pursuit of the case for legitimation, custody, visitations, child support, and anything else having to do with that. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
You not to reach out to her. You better talk seriously to Miss Lele, because even if you don't go to jail, she might. Terroristic threats and acts. We clear? This ain't her business. She didn't lay down and have a baby with Miss Braithwaite. So keep these people out your business. I don't even care if you get married in the future. It ain't your wife's business, because you didn't have a baby with your wife that is this child. You had it with Miss Braithwaite. You are the two who need to communicate. Man up. Get your business straight. Are we clear?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't want to hear nothing about your sister, your brother, I don't want to hear nobody. Nobody better so much as put a social media post on here that I can connect to Miss Brittany Braithwaite. We clear?
Yes, ma'am.
And if they don't understand how serious I am, tell them they can go to YouTube and watch this part of the video where I am telling them, anyone connected to Mr. Gregory Stevens, try me if you wish. Now, Mr. Stevens, what I want you to do from now on is I want you to start thinking like a mature adult. Mature adults don't involve the other people in their business. Mature adults, if they have chosen to have a child with somebody, they treat that person with respect, and then if they need to, they go through the courts so that they can have a structured relationship with that person. This is the mother of your child. Your child only does well if she does well. You better hope that everything comes up sunshine and rainbows for her, because I don't care. Everybody's talking about, well, I could take care of you. You could, but your child does well when her mother does well. Scientific proof behind that. So please, sir, hear me when I say, don't do it. Are you clear?
Ma'am. Your Honor, while we're still on this subject, may the state make one statement to court?
Mr. Tipton, I can't hear you.
Your Honor, the state does wish to add one thing in. Just the state would ask that the court instruct Mr. Stevens not to go to Neary's
You that's what I said, Mr. Stevens, you are not the legitimated father at this time. Now, and that's you need to spread the word to your boy or anybody else who might be in this situation. If you do not get a legitimation of the child, you are not the legal father, and the court does not recognize it, and the law does not recognize it. I don't care how good a father you have tried to be, you are not a legal father. And as such, Ms. Braithwaite is the only legal parent. And as such, because you can't have contact with her or her family members, that includes the child. So until you get direction from the Superior Court, you nor your family members are to have any access to that child. Are we clear?
Yes, ma'am.
But you will continue to pay the daycare. Clear.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir. Go ahead and hurry up and get that legitimation taken care of. And remember what I say. Same to you, Ms. Braithwaite. The new person, they don't have a say in what goes on. They can be as jealous as they want to be, but you two are the parents who made that child, and you two are the parents who are going to have to continue to raise that child together. If your significant other, I'm talking to both of you, comes in there and they want to start directing or ruling or telling you how to deal with the other parent, they need to go. They need to go. I'm going to just be honest with you. Because if they're not secure enough in themselves to allow you to co-parent your child, there's something wrong with them and they need to go. All right.
Am I allowed to ask any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
So I understand that the TPO is in effect.
Yes, ma'am.
You have made your rule, or you have spoke what you had to say, but is there anything else that can be done? Because I'm not trying to be hard on them, but what I experience is hard.
No, I get it, Miss Braithwaite.
Yeah.
He still has the underlying case that has to be adjudicated. That is coming. But for now, I don't want money out of your child that you need to help support your child taken away from you because he's sitting in a jail, and he can't continue to pay, continue to work, continue to do what he needs to do. I also know that he ain't read nothing. So because he didn't read anything, he's not aware of what restrictions he was under. Now I'm making that clear. He should have been. I'm not saying he shouldn't have been. He should have been. But I don't want to take money out of your pocket. You have the TPO that is in the system. If a police officer is called, they will look into their computer system that they have in their car, and it will show that he is under a temporary protective order not to have any contact with you.
Okay. May I say one more thing?
Yes, ma'am.
There was other stipulations that I'm concerned about regarding Gregory. I've already gotten a TPO. He has the bond agreement. He's broken it. I don't feel like anything is happening to help him progress. I'm not trying to keep the baby away from him. I would be glad to, but I can't do.
No, for now, Miss Braithwaite, he is not allowed to see the child.
However, I think that it would help him if he was able to get some counseling or speak with someone and be tested regularly. I think that would seriously help.
Until the underlying case is adjudicated.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all on the table, but it has to be adjudicated through the underlying case.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Mr. Stevens, if you want to continue to see your child at some point, get your life together and don't let these people get in your ear about what you should do and what, you had this child. Y'all need to be able to communicate. Stop letting people get in your ear. Man up.
And Ms.
All right.
Braithwaite,
Revocation, huh?
And Your Honor, my office is going to reach out to Ms. Braithwaite tomorrow to speak with her and go over a little bit more about this hearing. Okay.
All right, Ms. Braithwaite, you'll still be receiving support from a victim witness advocate in the Solicitor General's office.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. All right. So that concludes the hearing. The motion to revoke has been denied, and the condition set, and the court has made its statement. All right, next.
One moment, Your Honor. Let's go. Make our announcements.
Yeah, so, Your Honor, for Ms. Wilson, we are ready to move forward with a negotiated plea for all three of her cases.
All right.
Anything else? Ms. Smith, I did chat you, so if you could please respond to that chat. And then I would need to be placed in a breakout room, Your Honor, with Ms. McKnight after, and then Williams.
Okay. You want to do Wilson now? 3 cases?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. Ms. Wilson, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly affirm any testimony you give will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Brittany Ann Wilson, 2021 CR 06074 for driving on a suspended or revoked license and no license. You're also before the court on case 2025 CR 04402, DUI less safe, count 1, driving on a suspended or revoked license, count 2, no license, count 3, open container state, count 4, open container county, count 5, marijuana 1 ounce or less, count 6, and no taillights, count 7. On the case 2025 CR 05234, driving on a suspended or revoked license, count 1, no license, count 2, improper display of tag, count 3, giving false name, address, or date of birth, count 4, and giving false name, date of birth, or false address, name, address, or date of birth, count 5. Ms. Wilson, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
You can put your hand down. Ms. Tortorella, what is your client plea to all of the offenses on each of these cases?
Yes, Your Honor. So for case number 2021 CR 06074, my understanding is that will be null prossed by the state.
That will be null pros, so long as Ms. Wilson enters a plea to count 1 of 2025 CR 04402. All cases except for 2025 CR 04402 will be null pros, so long as we have a plea to count 1 and count 1 only.
That's correct.
All right. So that means 025 CR 523 is to be null pros.
You got cut off, Your Honor. What was that?
2025 CR 05234 is going to be null pros.
That is correct.
All right. In the remaining case,
Yes, so she will be pleading guilty to the DUI less safe count 1 only.
all right. Ooh, Ms. Wilson, you getting quite the deal. Because it seemed like every time you get behind the wheel of a car, you rack up 6 or more charges. Ms. Tortorello, just the guilty on this last case?
Guilty
Let's
on
see. Raise your right. I mean, by entering this plea of guilty on case 2025 CR 04402, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have innocence in your favor. Give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis or recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On November 9th of 2024, officers with the Clayton County Police Department did observe the defendant before you, Miss Wilson, driving down Mount Zion Road near Rosedale Drive in Morrow, Georgia, here in Clayton County. They did observe that she was driving with a broken tag light. Upon stopping Miss Wilson, they discovered 2 empty bottles of Crown Royal, as well as an empty bottle of Budweiser in the vehicle. They observed several indicators of intoxication based off of their investigation. When they attempted to or requested implied consent, Ms. Wilson denied implied consent. Your Honor, state's recommendation for count 1 is 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served, balance probated, a $300 fine, 40 hours of community service, a substance abuse evaluation, any recommended treatment, no drugs or alcohol, subject to random testing, DUI risk reduction course. All other counts will be a null pros per plea negotiation.
All right, Ms. Tortorello.
Yes, Your Honor. So I just want to make the court aware that my client does live out of state. So she would have to find a facility that would conduct the random testing. And also that you could accept the plea as negotiated.
Is she gonna come back into state to report?
State has no objection to phone-in reporting.
Thank you. Or mail-in reporting for that matter.
No, it's gonna be mail, because they have too many people calling for you to rely on phone. They're gonna give you a form. You're gonna make 12 copies of the form. You're gonna get 12 stamped addressed envelopes. At the time that you're to report, you're gonna find a post office, a blue box, something of US Postal Service, and you're gonna mail it in. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
There is no excuse on phone and mail report for failing to report. When you are instructed to get a screen, you are to labs that does alcohol and drug testing, get your screen and have them send it in to probation as instructed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Wilson, I don't know what's going on in your life, but I know something is going on because the things that you've done are reckless. That means that you have a total disregard for the fact that you know getting up behind the wheel under these circumstances is wrong. But you just were like, whatever.
Nah, it just sound crazy. That was trash in the car, but I'm gonna just take that charge how y'all seen
So
it.
you're just roaming around with open container old beer cans and stuff in your car?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, what about all the other stuff?
What the stuff?
Wilson, you have the right to remain silent.
You do, but I've already adjudicated her, so she can talk as much as she wants to, because she's already been told that we don't have to prove the case against her beyond a reasonable doubt, and she says she agrees to it. So, I about Miss Wilson, and the reason I talk to you because you racked up 3 cases of the same type, almost back to back to back. When people do that, you know what that means to me? It is a glaring sign that something is wrong in your life because it's too easy to avoid this. If you know there's something wrong with your car, you don't drive it. You get it fixed. If you know that you don't have the right stuff, if your license is not right, you don't drive with a suspended or revoked license. If you know from the time you start driving, you're not supposed to have an open container in your car, even if it's trash, even if somebody else brought it in there. You throw it out as soon as you see it. But every one of these things is almost the same thing repeatedly, which tells me that you are in a reckless state. You're just doing anything because you are dealing with something underlying and you're not dealing with it. You don't even care. You're not taking the care to avoid something that you could avoid. The reason I fuss at you is because you don't have the right to drive under the influence. You don't, because you put other people in danger. Now, if you want to sit home and be under the influence, well, come before me at all. I would never see it. You could drink yourself to death at home. But once you get behind the wheel of a car and you put yourself and other people in danger, that's when it becomes my issue. But what I'm saying to you is when I see people rack up cases like this back to back to back, and these are just the ones you got caught for, you were probably driving every day. What I say to you is deal with whatever your underlying problem is. Whatever the problem is, deal with it. Everybody got something. So I'm not fussing at you saying like you different from anybody else or you're worse than anybody else. You're not. But everybody has something. Deal with whatever that issue is that's got you out here being reckless. You got me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So on the remaining case, the guilty to the DUI less safe, 12 months to serve 1 credit for time. Balance will be probated for you to pay a fine in the amount of $300. That's going to be closer to $700 or $800 because of the surcharges. 40 hours of community service. You'll do a substance abuse evaluation at any treatment as necessary. You're to have no alcohol or illicit drugs during the course of your probation. You're subject to random screens for alcohol and drugs. Now, you've been online for a while. You saw me have petitioner after petitioner after petitioner petition after petition come up because they're drinking or they're not reporting for probation. You will quick get an arrest warrant and come back before me if that happens. And you will spend much more time than this one day, even waiting to have your hearing. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
The quickest way to get rearrested is to not appear for your probation reports. I've already told you how to be successful. Get your 12 envelopes, make sure they're stamped and addressed, and send them in as required. Get your, when they tell you to go get a urine screen, go get one. If you have to look up the places ahead of time to make sure you know where they are, don't play around with that. We clear?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm gonna put with Miss Farley. Miss Farley is going to speak to you about probation. She's going to do your intake. You can ask her questions about what you need to know to be successful in probation. Please understand that you will do random tests, and if you fail to do the random test, then you're going to have to come back and appear before me because I'll sign an arrest warrant just that quick. And whatever has got you out here being reckless, like you don't care about your life and your freedom, deal with it, Miss Wilson. Deal with it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, I'll put you in a breakout room with Miss Farley. You do not have to come back to the main room once you speak with her. Just go be great in probation, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, and this is going to be phone and mail report. Mostly, it's going to be mail report. All right. All right, who's next?
Your Honor, that would be Miss Nia Smith, moving forward with a
Okay, Ms. Smith is ready to do her probate, to do a plea. All right, Ms. Smith, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. Ms. Powell, she looks like you. My staff attorney, you favor her. All right, so Ms. Smith, you're before the court on state of Georgia versus, is it Nia?
Nia, yes, ma'am.
Okay. State of Georgia versus Nia Smith, case 20, I just went past it. 2023 CR 05709 for no license, count 1, leaving the scene, count 2, no insurance, count 3, and failure to yield the right of way, count 4. You're represented by Attorney Tortorello. Ms. Tortorello, what is your client plead before?
She would be pleading to count 2, leaving the scene reduced to failure to make an accident report, and count 4, failure to yield right of way turning left. Both will be no low pleas.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Smith, raise your right hand for me. Did I swear you in already? Yeah, I did. So you're before the court with the no license. You're pleading to the amended charge of failure to make an accident report on count 2. On count 3, no insurance. And on count 4, you're entering a no low plea to failure to yield the right of way when turning left. By entering these pleas of nolo, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no could negatively impact immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Your Honor, on December 12th of 2022, officers with the Clayton County Police Department responded to an accident at the intersection of Highway 42 and East Conley Road here in Clayton County. There it was determined the defendant before you, Ms. Smith, did fail to yield while turning left, making contact with with another vehicle, that being a vehicle owned by Mr. Arthur, Arthur Alexander, common spelling, Jr. Mr. Alexander Miss Smith did not have insurance at the time. The state's also at the scene. The state's recommendation, Your Honor, is for count 2 to be a suspended fine of $300 and count 4 to be $250 of restitution paid to Mr. Arthur Alexander. Mr. Alexander is on the Zoom call. and indicated earlier he wished to make a witness statement, victim statement, excuse me.
All right, Mr. Alexander, unmute and raise your right hand for me. You got to unmute. You solemnly swear or affirm.
I did.
Okay. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. Go ahead and tell me what you want me to know.
Basically, I was traveling down 42 and Miss Nia turned left and hit me in the rear in the quarter panel, and then she proceeded to take off. So I backed up. It was some gentlemen working on the train track right there. So when he seen me back up, because he seen she hit me, he pointed that direction that she was going down Grant Road. So I was blowing the horn for her, and I was like, dang, I know she seen me, but she proceeded to go. So I was kind of angry and stuff. So I was able to pull in front of her, block her off. And I mean, I'm sorry, but I apologized to her because I was kind of mad about it, but I had apologized to her for it. And I ended up having to pay,
Apologizing for?
pay. No, because I was cursing at her, and I was just mad because see, that was the second time I seen him. I get to kill him. I wasn't gonna take that second time, so I backed up. But I did apologize to her. But I'm sorry that happened. I didn't know, I know things happen. She didn't have a license and stuff, but I mean,
All right. Hello?
I think he got off. Oh, there he is. He's coming back on, Your Honor.
Okay.
yeah, I'm at work. The signal probably dropped, but yeah.
That's okay. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
that's pretty much it.
All right. Miss Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you begin driving, you have some responsibilities. One of the responsibilities is to always have insurance. If you don't have insurance, don't drive. I had a case once where this poor lady was walking home from her second job at Waffle House, and somebody hit her and they didn't have insurance. And guess what? They couldn't even bury that woman with a decent burial because the person who hit her didn't have insurance. You owe that to everybody else who's driving it. Imagine this was the reverse and Mr. Alexander hit your car. How would you have felt if he had driven off from the scene?
The same way as he felt.
Do you know that there are cameras everywhere?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know that the penalty for this, your attorney and the state did a really good job of helping you out because the penalty for what you did could have been much more severe?
Yes, ma'am.
How old are you?
24.
You're going to be driving for a long time. And you're in that phase that my sister-in-law calls 20 stupid. And I don't mean that in the bad way. I mean that it takes a while for 20-somethings to get that maturity that comes with being out here, trying to live your life, trying to pay your bills, trying to get through school, all of those. It comes at you. But what I say to you is, when you victimize someone else and you don't stand up and take responsibility, that's bad energy that you're putting into the universe. And I believe what you put out, you get back.
Yes, ma'am.
So don't put out negative energy. Don't put out harm to others, because you'll get that right back. If you had stopped and made a police report, you wouldn't even had a criminal case other than the traffic case. And you could have worked that out at traffic court. But here it is, you got a state court misdemeanor criminal case because you ran away from the scene of what is an accident. You didn't intend to hit him. You got me?
Yes, ma'am.
And always have your insurance, because you don't know what could happen. But the last thing you want is to victimize somebody and not be able to assist them with being made whole. their car is damaged and their transportation, they lose their jobs. If they lose their jobs, they lose their place to live. If they lose their place to live, they are homeless. And you could be responsible for making somebody homeless. Do you want to do that?
No.
Okay. All right. So
Your
I'm
Honor,
going to,
if I can add something to that.
yes, ma'am.
Just wanted to advise the court that my client has learned from this experience. She is working on getting into the military. Ahead of this court date, Your Honor, she did already do her defensive driving course. She did about 23 hours of community service. So she understands what occurred and the seriousness of this matter.
All right. So ma'am, I'm going to low to count 2. Fine is suspended. Count 4 will run concurrent with count 2. It's a $250 restitution payment. Do you need more than 60 days to make that payment?
No, ma'am.
All right. So in 60 days, you will make that payment through through probation. Upon making the payment, probation will be suspended, will be non-reporting. No, probation can terminate once you make the payment, okay? So the quicker you make that payment, the quicker your probation will terminate. Even if you make it tomorrow, your probation can terminate, okay? But please make that payment because that's how you make Mr. Alexander whole, so he doesn't suffer the financial consequences of your bad action. All right, so I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Ms. Farley. She's going to do intake. She's going to tell you what you need to do to make sure that we make Mr. Alexander gets what he needs. And then on that payment being made, your probation can terminate and you no longer have to report or have any responsibility to the court. All right, thank you.
Can I say?
Yes, sir.
I just want to wish Miss Neal the best on her success and her future. And I I just want to wish her the best on her success and future. And I know I've been I've been down that road before, but I just wish her good success on what she got going on.
I think she's going to be fine, Mr. Alexander. I thank you for your kindness in this situation, but I think Miss Smith is going to be just fine. I think that she understands the consequences. I think that she has a sense of purpose from this.
Right.
And sometimes you need to bump your head to learn a thing or two, especially when you're young. And so she's done that. And then once you finish this, you move on from it with the lesson, okay?
Yeah, she was just really pretty much scared. That's what the main thing was. She was scared when it happened, but like stuff happens, and what I want to let her know is, sometimes you pull over, things can go another way. Like if we could have worked, not I know not nothing to do with you, but man, I could have pulled over. We could have took each other's phone numbers and not even dealt with the police, and I would have done it that way because that's the kind of person I am. Because I've been 21 and 22 before, so I know how it goes.
I got you.
Mhm.
All right. So, Ms. Smith, I'm going to go ahead and put you in a breakout room. You should have seen the invitation pop up. Once you speak with Ms. Farley, then you'll be free to go, okay?
Thank you.
And good luck in the military. Take advantage of everything they have to
Good
offer.
luck.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Your Honor,
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes.
may Ms. Hemphill be, I believe that was the last,
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Ms. Hemfield, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
And Your
You
Honor,
too.
Your
Yes.
Honor, may I please be placed in a breakout room with Miss McKnight?
Yes.
And Your
All
Honor,
right. So, Ms. McKnight, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Attorney Tortorello. She's going to speak with you about your case, okay? All right, Ms. Tortorello, she should be in breakout room number 5. All right, who's next? Because Ms. New has been here all day. Let's try and get her case taken care of. Mr. Williams, B, Mr. Williams, R. Let's go ahead and do that.
It's almost 3. We got it right here. I think we just got 2 more things.
okay.
Yes. Hey, I'm sorry, Judge. We are ready to
Yes.
go.
Okay, so we got McKnight, New, Williams, and the modification for Young should have sent. If it hasn't been, I will in a minute.
We're ready to do the plea for New.
All right, Ms. New, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. Miss Jeannie, am I pronouncing that right? Jeannie Lee New?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Our clerk is wanting an address for Mr. Alexander, Mr. Tipton. So if you can go ahead and send that via chat, I would appreciate that. And it's to Miss Wentz. I'm pretty sure that's who. Yeah. Miss Izzy. Okay, so ma'am, you're before the court on criminal trespass count 1, no tag expired or invalid tag count 2, stop or yield sign violation count 3, improper lane change count 4, reckless driving count 5, and license not on person count 6. You're represented by attorney Lynch with the law firm of Lister, Holt and Dennis. Mr. Lynch, what is your client plead to the offenses before the court?
So Judge, she's going to plead no contest to count 1, criminal trespass. She's going to plead guilty to count 2, guilty to count 3, guilty to count 4, and she's going to plead no contest to count 5, reckless driving, Judge.
All right, and 6 will be no, Prost?
Yes, Judge, I'm sorry. 6 will be
That's
no.
okay. By entering a plea of nolo to count 1, guilty to count 2, 3, 4, and nolo to count 5, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Judge, we don't mind stipulating to a factual basis.
I do. I want to hear it.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, on May 24th of 2022, officers with the Clayton County Police Department responded to 9194 Whaleys, Whaleys, Lake Lane in Jonesboro, here in Clayton County. There they made contact with the defendant before you, Miss New, and the victim, Mr. Demetrius, Demetrise, Favors, Favors. It was determined that Miss New did damage the property of Mr. Favors, that being the property of a picture frame that she did intentionally damage. It was determined that Miss New was driving on an expired or invalid tag. While she was driving, she did run a stop sign, and she was observed making an improper lane change. Based on the improper lane change and stop sign being done at the same time, the officer also cited her with reckless driving. State's recommendation is for count 1 to be 12 months serve 1 day, credit for time served, balance suspended upon no contact with Mr. Demetrius Favors. Count 2 will be a $100 fine, suspended. Count 3 will be a fine. Count 4 will be a $100, and count 5 will be a $200 fine.
Okay, you said count 2 is a $100 fine suspended, and then you glitched.
Counts 3 and 4 will each be $100 fines. Count 4 will be a $200 fine, and count 6 will be no cost.
What's count 5?
Count 5, Your Honor, is the reckless driving. $200 fine.
So I have $100 suspended on count 2, through $100 fine on count 3, $100 on count 4, and $200 on count 5.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Lynch.
Yes, Judge, that we are asking the court to accept that recommendation, and Ms. New can pay the fines in full if you would be gracious enough to give her 60 days to make that payment.
All right. Now let me just say what I envision. You had a fight with Mr. Demetrius Favors. You tore out of there like crazy, and foolishness, and you got these charges.
Yes, I mean, we got into it.
I got you. That's all I need to know. So, ma'am, Mr. Favors, I don't know if y'all gonna go back to each other or do what y'all gonna do, but this kind of foolishness, this is not a relationship, a good relationship. If you find that something is going on where y'all can't get along, walk away. Life's too short. But clear,
Exactly.
you picking up charges and paying money and stuff. Walk away. So I'm going to accept your plea of no load to counts 1 and 5. To counts 3, 4. I'll sentence you on 1 to 12 months, 1 day credit for time served, balance suspended as long as you have no contact with Demetrius Favors, and you know what no contact means because I already had a hearing about that whole thing. No contact. You're also not to go back to 9194 Whaley's Lake Lane in Clayton County, Georgia. If you need to go back to get any personal property, then you would have one opportunity to go make an appointment with the Sheriff's Office of Clayton County to be accompanied there to get your personal, undisputed personal property. The sheriffs will not carry anything or help with anything. They are just there to keep the peace. On count 2, we'll run concurrent with count 1. So $100 fine suspended. Count 3 will run concurrent with count 1. It's $100 fine, which will be $151.50 with the surcharges. Count 4 is a $100 fine. That is an additional $151.50 with the surcharges. And count 5 is a $200 fine, $90.50, and you will have in which to pay the fines and fees. Upon payment of the fines and fees, then the case will be terminated.
Yes, ma'am. And what's the total amount with the fees and everything for the?
$353, 4, 5, $600, $605.
Okay. Okay.
Alleged about. I think I did the math right. But 60 days in which to pay. Do you have an email address?
Yes, ma'am. So it's going to be, my name is JEANNIENEW, the number 8 at gmail.com.
All right. So you'll get an email with that information. You can also, you'll have information in that email about how to pay online or by phone. You can also come in at 9151 Terra Boulevard to pay in person on the 2nd floor of the Clayton County Justice Center.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right. You're free to go. All right. Next.
Judge, I think we're just holding on Miss McKnight, who's in the breakout room with Miss Tortorello, and I know Bryant Williams. If you could place the courtroom.
I'm confused. Yes, Miss Wentz. Yes, I think so. I think you figured it out. Thank you.
I'm gonna ask you.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on with Mr. Williams. He asked for more time.
So Judge, that may, okay, he was probably trying to respond to me.
Okay.
Judge, so Mr. Williams was continuing for him to get his license. He hasn't done that today. Would the court, I know the state's not.
Wait a minute, whoa. He has not gotten the license that he was continued to get before. Correct,
Judge. If the state does not object, would you consent to one more reset?
No.
All right, Your Honor.
He you from June 25th. He could have walked down there and got his doggone license. I went and stood in the license line when I had to get my renewal. And when I tell you it was quick and easy, so what is he waiting on?
Judge, I'm gonna send you a chat, but could you place the court in the breakout room with Mr. Williams?
Place who?
Just place the courtroom in the breakout room with Mr. Williams. But before I do that,
Y'all, let's get some statuses. So Brian Williams is the one we're talking about. Raymond Williams, what's going on with him?
that was a bench warrant.
Oh yeah, that's right. And Miss McKnight is our last one after Mr. Williams.
She's in a breakout room with
Miss Torella. Okay, so is Mr. Tipton in the courtroom?
Yes, Judge, Mr. Tipton.
All right, I'll put the courtroom in there with Mr. Williams, and let's figure out why Mr. Williams can't get done what I gave him months to do. All right, breakout room number 1. The state court pod is in number 1. You can go back in, and Bryant Williams is in number 1.
Thank you.
I thought they wanted me in there. They did not. I'm fine with that. I just want to be done. Can't talk now. You don't say nothing because the judge is trying to talk to me. I already took my plea. You hear me? No. Take a couple items.
Your Honor. Perfect.
You can't talk. You can't talk. Yes, I can.
Miss McKnight, please mute yourself.
Hey.
Put your hand down and just mute yourself and wait for the judge to come back, okay? Thank you.
Yes, mute myself.
Yes, mute yourself.
I just don't want you to actually miss it.
I believe the rest of our case is wrapped up.
Are we ready?
Yes, Your Honor. We're gonna move forward with a negotiated plea for Mishakia McKnight's case.
All right. Ms. McKnight, unmute for me. Raise your right hand. Do you
Okay.
solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down for the court of the state of Georgia. Shakia Renee McKnight, 2025 CR 03522 for simple assault. Ms. McKnight, you're represented by Attorney Tortorella with the law firm of Lister Holton Dennis. Ms. Tortorella might plead to the offense before the court.
Yes, Your Honor. So for the simple assault, it will be a no-low plea.
All right. By entering a plea of nolo, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Ms. McKnight?
Yes.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Your Honor, defense stipulates to the facts.
Recommendation, please.
Your Honor, it's going to be 12 months probation, health evaluation, recommended treatment, and no-
Mr. Tipton, you got to start over. So you glitched. Go ahead. 12 months what?
yes, Your Honor, it's 12 months probation, a mental health evaluation with any recommended treatment, and no contact with Miss Letha, Letha, Gant, Gantt, unless there's an emergency, as she's an emergency worker.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. McKnight, I'm going to accept your plea of nolo, 12 months probation, a mental health evaluation. That mental health evaluation should take place within the next 21 days. Any treatment that is ordered, and you're not to have any contact with Letha Gantt unless it is an emergency. And by emergency, something that you would have to go to a hospital or the police for. You understand?
Yes.
Miss McKnight, are you pregnant again?
No, it's just y'all don't understand that.
No, that's a good job, Miss McKnight. That's all I care about. All right, so I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Miss Farley so you can get signed up for probation, okay?
Can I say something to you?
No, Miss McKnight, you know how this goes. Me and you've been rocking for like 7 years now. This is the best outcome we've seen in a long time. I do not need to hear you tell me all about it. What I need you to do is go ahead and get back on your treatment, okay?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Miss Farley, and when you finish speaking with her, you do not have to come back to the main room. You just do what Miss Farley tells you to do, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, don't give Miss Farley a hard time. She is at the end of a very long day. Dry up those tears and speak to her like you know how to talk, okay?
Okay.
Good job. Thank you now.
And Your Honor, just wanted to add if the fees could be waived.
Yes, fees will be waived.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Miss Farley. Thank you, Miss McKnight. All right, who's next?
Judge, as far as Mr. Bryant is concerned, I don't see him anymore. He tried to get his license. He failed the vision test. He had a medical issue he told me about. I believe he had.
Right, I give him, what is it, Miss Val? You said September 29th. Is that the next date?
September 30th.
September 30th. We'll see him then.
All right, sure, and we'll have something.
All right, now if he can't pass the vision test,
he's just going to have to resolve the case, or we're going to have to do something on it.
because I don't know that I want him on the road if he can't see.
Right, and I understand that, and I'm going to talk to the state and try to figure out a resolution. But thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank y'all all for your expressions. I got everybody's. I appreciated them. I felt the support and the love. And so I just wanted you all to let you know I'll be sending out formal thank yous and everything, but thank you for it. All right. All right. Thank you all. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All righty.
Sorry for your loss, Judge.
Thank you.
Who last person y'all were speaking about that had the reset because of a vision test?
Yes, that would be Mr. Bryant Williams.
Okay. Okay, thank you.